welcomes all. Thanks for stopping by, answering the call. Ups and downs are normal for some of us. Many days I beg to get off this life bus. Neon lights flicker, no shadow on the wall. Dreams on the ceiling, we run and then we fall. Sharing stories over paper cups. Wheels keep turning but never enough. Life's a ride on a rickety old track. Holding on tight, never looking back. In the rubber and motor room we could fight. Laugh, cry, love in this crazy ride.
Woohoo! All right. Welcome in. Hi, welcome in. Hey, Rubber. Brought tissues. You did? You really? Oh. I'm trying to get my phone set up too and everything. Okay. I don't know if we're gonna need tissues or not. She was the old lady that was the owner of the house, I think. So after going and reading it, or not reading it, but listening to it for a few minutes, so we might not need tissues. Now, this guy, he just jumps in and starts talking. So they immediately went to the defense today. And so now the defense is starting to tell their story. So here we go. Let's roll.
Left the house one night, just left to live elsewhere. To find out that Jerone and his brother Alicia were very close. They did tons of stuff together. And that really impacted Jerone as a person, losing his older brother. It's just him, man, in and out of the house. And so he becomes isolated, socially, mentally, emotionally. And then Jerone, like I said, a couple of months before the murders, leaves the house. But he didn't really have a place to stay. He became basically a couch surfer. He would stay with friends here or there. He did stay, he had a good encounter, a brief encounter, but a good encounter with a woman named Allison Nadeau, who we anticipate going from today as well. She now lives in St. Cloud, but Miss Nadeau's son, Esau Robinson, played sports at the high school, was friends with Jerone, and Miss Nadeau took Jerone in, let him stay at their house. She's going to tell you how great a person Jerone was in terms of very polite, yes sir, no sir. You'll hear that from Mr. Belanger too. Never gave her any problems. He wrote appropriate sentence and asked for mercy for Mr. Hunter and sentenced him to life without possibility of parole. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weir. Could you please call your first witness?
Yes, we will.
I'm muted. I know. We need some mechanics in here. Hello. Can we get some mechanics? I don't know. Okay. So this is the they've gone over. So this is defense. I think this is for Jerome. And they're going to start giving their defense, and they want to change their death penalty sentence to life without parole. So, all right.
What was the name? I'm sorry.
Thank you. Good morning.
May I proceed, John?
You may.
Ma'am, if you'd start us off and give us your full legal name, please.
Eunice Tamika Miller.
Did you at some time review Eunice Williams?
Yes.
And were you Eunice Williams back in 2004?
Yes, I was.
And where were you employed back then?
At the Volusia County Corrections Department.
And what was your role? What were your duties back then?
I was a corrections officer working in the ID and receiving department.
And by that time, had you worked there very long?
I believe maybe 3 or 4 years. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Sorry.
And back in, so back then, would you deal with the intake of inmates that were coming into the jail?
Yes, I would.
And how did, and how's that, what did you do?
I would process the inmates, fingerprint, take pictures, just take down their information, pat search.
And was there at some point during, let me direct you to August the 8th of 2004, did you have contact with an inmate by the name of Michael Salas?
Yes.
And what was the nature of your contact with Mr. Salas?
I processed him into the jail by, I believe I pat searched him, if I'm not mistaken. I fingerprinted him. I took an ID photo and just did the necessary paperwork.
Okay. Do you remember at the time you were having contact with him on that day in August of 2004, how Mr. Salas was acting?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I remember him not acting as a usual person who would be booked into the jail. He was a little happy to be there and a little excited to see me at first when he came in.
Did he express that, or were you seeing that in his facial features or action?
He expressed it. When he came in, he noticed me right away and spoke and said my name. He was acting in a playing manner with one of the other guys who was brought in at the time. And yeah, he was just, it appeared to be excited to be there.
Okay. Did Mr. Salas make any statements or comments about the charge or the case that he was being booked in?
Yes, he made a few statements.
Can you tell the jury what that was?
I believe when I was fingerprinting him, he referred to his family not knowing that he was at the jail and what for the reason he was being booked on. I believe I asked him, well, before I asked him about the remorse, he said about him, I'm sorry.
If you need to refresh your memory by reviewing your
let me
do you have
refresh.
that with you for just for
Yes, I do have it with me.
We'll just take a moment if that refreshes your memory.
Yes, thank you. Just want to make sure it's correct.
This is kind of strange testimony. I find this very odd.
Okay, when I led him to the APHIS machine to get fingerprinted, he said that he didn't know how he got caught, that he tied up his hair and he didn't have any blood on him. He stated further that he used the bat and that he didn't get any blood on him. I believe at that time I asked him if he had any remorse and he said no. Further, after giving him the protective custody form to fill out, he wrote on the form, I gave him the direction to put do or do not request protective custody. He circled, I do request protective custody. And the reason why he wrote, because I killed someone.
Can you write that down?
He wrote it down on the protective custody form.
Okay.
After further processing him, he asked me if I thought that he would get the death penalty. I told him that it was a good possibility. And he asked me if by lethal injection, and I told him I didn't know. Before that, he said that afterwards, I'm sorry, I missed this part. After I asked him if he had any remorse, he said that he went home, took a shower, read his Bible, and went to sleep.
Okay. And that was basically the sum of the conversation that you had with Mr.
Yes, it was.
And then did you document what he'd said?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Okay. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Frosted. All right. And Ms. Sammons? No? All right, thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Wood, next witness.
Yes, Dr. Elizabeth McAllister.
I do.
Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
Mr. Wood?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. If you'd introduce yourself to the jury.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Elizabeth McAllister.
Could you spell for the benefit of the court reporter your last name, please?
Of course, MC capital A Lister.
Thank you. What do you do for a living?
I teach college. I teach at Wesleyan University in Connecticut. And I teach religious studies and African American studies.
How long have you been doing that?
I've been there for 27 years.
At Wesleyan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And could you tell the jury about your educational background?
Sure. I majored in anthropology in undergrad. And then I got interested in Afro-Caribbean religion, and in particular, the traditional religions in Haiti. So I went to graduate school. I went to Yale University, and I got a PhD specializing in Afro-Haitian religion and migration, and branching out to the other, what we call Africana religions, that is to say, Black religions in the Americas.
And and your prior education before that?
Well, I went to Vassar College as an undergrad and majored in anthropology.
Very good. Have you ever testified as an expert in the field of religious studies or in religious cultures?
Yes, sir. I think I've, testified in 3 or 4 cases and consulted in total of about 9 or 10.
And when were you, roughly, when were you contacted to become involved in this case?
I was contacted in 2019 and asked if I might be able to shed any light on the situation.
Okay. And as part of your involvement in this case, did you obtain or review any documents or items?
Yes, I did. I obtained the report by Selvag, I guess a sort of historical sociologist on the family, an obituary of one of the church elders, an obituary. Sorry, may I consult my notes?
If it helps refresh your memory, yes.
Yes. The historical record of a missionary Baptist church in Jennings, and newspaper accounts of Pastor Albert Watson's barbecue events and his obituary.
Okay. Also, I'll ask you too, in your past involvement as an expert consultant in your field, have you done work in that fashion for the state, for the prosecutor?
Yes, sir. A couple of times, including a court martial for the prosecution.
Okay. And so after you reviewed the materials that you talked about, what did you glean? What information did you, as it pertains to Jerone in the church that he was attending?
Well, the summary, I guess, would be that he was raised in a very, very strict church environment that was unusually strict and unusually insular, and that he was quite socially isolated as a child as a result, and that also the church believed in faith healing and disbelieved in doctors. So they really did not believe in taking anyone to the doctor for any reason. In fact, to take someone to the doctor was to have your faith questioned, was to question God, because Jesus is the physician. Jesus is our physician, and Jesus can heal everything. So they did faith healing, laying on of hands. And what this meant, though, is that certain things that were coming up about Jerone's, things that were not normal, were not attended to by the medical or psychological fields.
And can you elaborate on that?
Sure. One stark example is that Jerone's mother told me that when he was around a small child, they would hear him talking to someone who wasn't there. And she asked him, who are you talking to? And she said, my twin, Jeremy. So he had been born a twin. I don't know if you want me to go into that story, if that's known already. He'd been born a twin, and his twin, Jeremy, died at the age of 5 or 6 months. And subsequently, Jerone heard his twin talking to him and would answer back. And the mom thought that this was a bit of a problem and thought that God would heal him. So in church, they would lay hands on him, they would pray over him, and the problem was not resolved. So they, as they told me, a couple of the aunt and the mom said, we were waiting on the Lord. So they knew in their belief system that if God wanted to heal Jerone, God would heal Jerone, but that ultimately she thought that this was normal and natural, because naturally, if you had a twin who died, the twin would talk to you throughout your life, and you'd talk back to the twin. And so they didn't really think that it was a serious problem, and they never took him for evaluation, as perhaps many of us would do if we had a child who was talking to someone and hearing voices that were not present.
So for the benefit of the jury, who did you talk to in preparation for your testimony today?
Well, I talked to Jerone himself, Mr. Hunter himself in jail. I talked to his mother. I talked to his aunt, Janie, who's his mother's sister. And then on his father's, and I also talked to his older brother, Elisha Jr., whom they call Little Man. And then on his father's side, I talked to a number of uncles and aunts. I talked to Obadiah Hunter, Joseph Hunter, Morris Hunter, Talitha Hunter, Sarah Hunter Brandon, and Priscilla Hunter, some in person and some over the phone.
And over how long a period of time, basically, what was the time frame that you talked to the various folks?
Starting in July of 2021 through March of 2023.
Okay. And what did you, in talking to various folks, what did you find out about the family's religious background, or the type of church they went to, what church they went to, etc.?
Yeah, this is super important. The grandfather of Jerone Hunter was a pastor, a bishop, in fact. They were, most of the men were pastors, and some of them were high-ranking bishops. And they were all involved members of an overarching church called the International House of Prayer, or the House of Prayer. Now, the House of Prayer is a denomination in the Pentecostal faith, branch of Protestantism, but these churches were not in the denomination. They were independent churches, and they were independently started by this Bishop Albert Watson. So they were what they call apostolic holiness sanctified Pentecostals. And what this meant is that, as you will probably know, they place a great deal of emphasis on the Pentecost. So the 50 days after Jesus is resurrected, he comes back as the Holy Spirit. And the Bible says with tongues of fire. And in the Protestant and particularly Pentecostal faith, this means that if you receive the gift of the Spirit, you receive the ability to speak in tongues, and you receive other gifts in the Spirit. You receive the gift of faith healing or healing. You can receive the gift of prophecy or understanding what God wants for people's future. You can receive healing, prophecy, and the gift of speaking in tongues. Now, in order to receive and cultivate these gifts and keep them active and keep God's favor, you must live a life of holiness and sanctification, which for this church meant a very strict life. There were 23 churches in this independent church network, all supervised by Bishop Watson, and they only would socialize with each other. So both Jerone's parents met in this church network. They were each members of different churches, and they met at church, and they proceeded to get together and raise their children, and they were only meant to really socialize not only with members of their family, but members of their church congregation. So they couldn't socialize with anyone not in the church and really not in the family. They lived a life of holiness, which means strict obedience to the word of God. The parents would go to church 6 or 7 days a week. They would fast during the summer. Jerone himself would go to church 3 or 4 days a week. So his upbringing was a little bit less strict, but it was still in this overarching kind of ethos. So they had a very strict sense of authority. So the pastors were the authorities. The pastors could only be men, and everyone must adhere to the pastor, who of course is the representative of Jesus. The women had to wear modest clothing, so sort of long dresses. They couldn't have elaborate hairdos, no makeup, no jewelry. You were meant to be modest, always with your mind on the Lord. They developed faith healing gifts. Some of them prophesied and could work miracles. And they couldn't smoke tobacco. They couldn't drink. They could not dance. They could not sing or listen to any music that wasn't of the church. And what else? Just a very strict kind of lifestyle that was quite insular and also quite isolated.
In terms of the pastor's role with the members of the church, particularly the children, did the pastor in the apostolic church, particularly one Jerone was going to, what authority did the pastor have with regard to the children, punishment, rules, that sort of thing?
Yeah, it's important because, first of all, as I said, the pastors are always men. And ideally, right, that's great and that's how it is. But the pastor would, in this particular church, it was so strict that they took a passage the passage in Ephesians, which is, as you know, a book within the Bible. Wives, submit to your husbands as to the Lord. So the husband is the head of the wife, as God is the head of the church. So if a man in the church was abusive to his wife, the pastor would encourage the couple just to get back together and keep obedience in the Lord. And there was a sort of implicit agreement that men had the right to be abusive to their wives. So the wives were, and in this case, Jerone's mother was quite abused by apparently both of her husbands, in particular Jerone's father. So she had to endure that abuse. And then the fathers in the household were also extremely strict with the children. So they were beaten if they were quizzed apparently on church sermons, like what happened in church today? What did the pastor say about X, Y, or Z? And Jerone and his brother both told me if they missed an answer in the quiz of the grown-ups in the church, they would be hit. They were not, so you were asking me about disciplinary practices. So they were not allowed to, so the kids, Jerone and his brother, were not allowed to socialize with anyone outside the family, which also meant outside the church. They couldn't listen to rap music or pop music. They had to be home by a certain time each night. They were not allowed to play sports until a certain age. And I guess they were both pretty athletic. It wasn't until high school that they were allowed to play sports. And generally, they had to, adhere to and respect their parents, and especially their stepfather.
Now, having interviewed the family members and their history and everything, did Jerone's family have a history going back in time to attending the apostolic church, whether it's this church or another similar one?
Oh, yes, sir. So it would have been at least 3 generations. I didn't go back past 3 generations, but they all came from northern Florida and southern Georgia, and were in this, like I said, vast kind of network of extended families that were also part of these 23 churches. So they all knew each other for a couple of generations. And, in a family with 10 kids, getting to know other families with that many kids, it's a large network, and yet quite isolated from, let's say, the social system, social institutions in mainstream America.
And the Pentecostal churches among the denominations and part of your prior studies and experience?
Yes, sir.
Over a period of time?
Oh, yes, sir. I've been studying the Pentecostal Black Church for years, decades now.
Thank you. Would you kind of touched upon it, but in terms of the apostolic church beliefs, what are their attitudes with regard to mental health treatment?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, interesting and sort of tragic because, as I said, they believed themselves to have the gift of the spirit of healing, which it's not my place to, evaluate that. But they believed that Jesus is our physician. Jesus heals all, that our lives and our health are in God's hands. God wants us to be healthy and perfect. Often, but that anything that wasn't health or perfect could be prayed away. And a couple of them told me a story about Jerone's maternal grandmother, who was so strong in her gifts of healing that at one point, one of her sons actually had what I would take to be a stroke or a heart attack, and he effectively died. They couldn't find a pulse or a heartbeat. They brought him to church, and that's where she was. And they laid him out in front of her, and she raised him up. She got him back to life. So their faith in her healing powers and in faith healing was extremely strong. Now, sometimes they thought that if something was wrong with someone, it's possible that it was sent by another person. And this kind of harkens back to their Southern roots in what is known as conjure or working roots, sometimes known as hoodoo. So they believed when Jerone's father became quite violent as a late teenager, they believed that someone had thrown roots on him or worked roots against him. Effectively, they believed someone had hexed him. They thought it was they were told by a woman prophet that someone had hexed him. So they believed that his problems were supernatural and that they could pray them away, that with their faith and with God's miraculous help, they could pray over him and that he would be put to right. So it didn't occur, if it occurred to them to take him for evaluation, they immediately would have dismissed that idea. They even, so I'll stop there. They had kind of mixed, very typical Southern Pentecostal understanding of the cosmology and of God and of people, mixed with a little bit of conjure and popular religion from the traditions, from the old time traditions.
To your knowledge, based on his religious upbringing in the Apostolic Church, did Jerone ever receive any mental health treatment?
Not that I was ever told about. His aunt was quite rueful. She said, we didn't know. We didn't know at the time that this was something that could be treated. We didn't know about medications. And she even used so she said, we wished now that we would have taken him to the doctor. And she said, but we were really in a strict environment. At one point, she said it was a cult, or she said it was like a cult. And we were just not allowed to go outside of what the pastor had instructed us. And to go outside of what the pastor wanted would have been to have been punished in the church. So there was a tradition called silencing. I don't know if you want me to talk about that. But if a family or a person went against the pastor, they would be silenced. And what that means, it's not just, you can't talk. It's that you had to come to church and sit in the back. You couldn't stand to sing, or you could maybe stand, but you couldn't sing, you couldn't speak, you couldn't pray aloud. You couldn't testify, you couldn't witness, you couldn't share the peace. You were literally in silence as a form of punishment and castigation and isolation and shaming. And so the auntie described it as a cult. And she even said that as a child, they were made to bring in not only the regular tithing money, a good Christian tithes 10% of their blessings, their earnings to the church, but they were also made to give certain amounts for each child. And sometimes they couldn't buy school books because they had to bring in their money for each child. And if they didn't, they would be silenced. They would be put into silencing. So she said, to go to the doctor was something that was just not in their kind of repertoire of what to do if they had a problem. Although I do understand that the children were vaccinated, Jerone and his brother were vaccinated, which you would need to go to school in that time. So presumably they had a baseline of medical care, but I don't believe they ever, I know that they didn't have a doctor, and they didn't have a family doctor, and they didn't have insurance.
And which of the aunts were you referring to in this conversation?
Yes, sir. That was Aunt Janie Bowles.
And she's an aunt of Jerone.
Correct. She's his mother, Annette's sister.
You touched upon it a moment ago. One of the practices of the Apostolic Church was fasting. Was that also part of the activities, the requirements in Jerone's family?
Yes, sir. They would fast. If I could just consult my notes quickly. Every summer, they would have big reunions. They would celebrate the anniversary of the church, and they would fast all day as a group, collectively fast as a way to become closer to God.
Okay. And was in Jerone's childhood, was this practice, the fasting?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. Now, in terms of the, how did the religious upbringing, the apostolic upbringing affect the culture of family, telling outsiders their problem, other non-related people outside of the church? Was that affected in any way about disclosing family matters or private matters to others?
Yes, sir. A number of them told me that the church encouraged a code of secrecy, is the way they put it, that it wasn't anybody's business but our own, and that even within a family, you didn't necessarily bring problems to the church. So while the church was largely a big extended family, if you had a problem inside your household, you wouldn't necessarily bring it to the church. So they encouraged discretion would be a polite way to put it, and secrecy would be another way to put it. That you relied on, you waited on the Lord, you prayed, but you didn't share your personal business. You didn't share your problems necessarily with other members of, certainly of the culture, society at large, not the school, not the teachers, but even sometimes the rest of the church.
Okay. And to your, were you advised, told, discovered history of domestic violence involving Annette?
Yes, sir.
Was it over a period of time?
Well, yes, sir. It was starting when her husband and John's father, Elisha Jr., started to, well, according to them, someone put roots on him. Someone, hexed him.
Talking about the father, Elisha Sr.?
Sorry, that's right. Thank you for the correction. Elisha Sr., at a certain point in his life, maybe around 18, 19, he became violent. Someone would bump into him and he'd hit them. He would yell and become violently angry for no apparent reason or for a small reason. And that's when they thought that the result was that he was hexed. And he would also hit his then young wife and was quite abusive to her. I understand from the aunt that at one point he pushed her out of a moving car, that he beat her even when she was pregnant. They said, the aunt said it was the worst abuse I've ever seen in my life. So I gather it was quite extreme, and that the only reason that a woman could ask for a divorce in that particular extended church was for adultery. So to be hit like that, to be abused like that, wasn't grounds for divorce.
Okay. And in the apostolic church culture, was domestic abuse, was it traditionally reported to members of the church or the pastor?
My sense is that a church member might have a word with the pastor and ask for prayer about a certain situation, and she might, in that context, divulge what was going on. And the pastor would often deal with it by encouraging the wife to submit, as Ephesians say, wife, submit your husbands as to the Lord. So you must submit to your husband who is the head of your house.
What about issues of things like a drug addiction? Were those in the apostolic church, were those types of behaviors or activities reported traditionally within the church or to the pastor?
Again, I'm not sure of the micro details of sort of everydayness of it, but my sense is that those things are stigmas. Being abused or being abusive, being addicted to something, they're not godly, they're not living in salvation, they're not living in holiness. And so the pastors would try to kind of pray in an effort that God would redirect the person, the sinner. In this tradition, as in Christianity in general, we're all sinners. And God helps us to be saved. God saves us. In fact, we're saved by grace in this tradition. So the pastor would go through the modality of healing, but also the people, I think that the family was very reticent to go to the pastor much because these are bad situations. These are stigmas. These might cast doubt on somebody's being saved. And it was not an open environment at all. It was a very closed environment with regard to these kinds of problems. That's the picture that I got in the composite of talking to all the family that I did talk to.
In the apostolic church culture, how is the value of education considered or not?
Well, of course, the Bible is the inerrant word of God. So the Bible cannot be wrong, and the Bible is the word. So the first education one needs is biblical Christian education, and to hear the word of the Lord and to hear the pastor. The school system is the school system. The school system was considered less important than the church education. So the parents' generation were often doing chores and studying their Bible and couldn't finish their homework. I think Jerome himself, his mom gave a little bit more credence to doing homework, but the religious education was certainly much more important. His mother, in fact, left school at the age, in the 9th grade. She dropped out, and virtually all of that generation of the Hunters also did not finish high school. They all dropped out. School homework was last priority after studying the Bible, after chores, after going to church on those other days of the week and singing and participating. Schoolwork was sort of last priority, maybe after chores.
Were you made aware that if Jerone's father, Elisha Sr., experienced auditory hallucinations?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Were you made aware of at any time of Jerone's father experiencing himself, the father, auditory hallucinations?
I was made aware of that, yes, through perhaps Aunt Janie and through the report Salva gave.
To your knowledge, did his father ever receive mental health treatment for his issues of hallucination?
Beyond laying on of hands and faith healing, no, he did not.
Okay. Was there, in Jerone's family, was there any family member that blamed Annette for the violence that she was the victim of?
Well, yes, I think that was a very fraught and complicated and tricky situation, because if the wife is to submit to the husband, she must submit to the husband. And if the husband beats her and assaults her terribly, this is a very bad problem. I know that they were both, there was a rumor that Annette had actually sent the hex on him. And I believe that she was made to stand up and confess in front of the church to that effect. They also, some of them blamed her in that way for sort of provoking him, but others thought that she should have left him and that she was unable to leave him, and that this was a very ambivalent, difficult, and tricky situation.
Was in the Apostolic Church, was corporal punishment encouraged, discouraged?
Yes, to spare the rod is to spoil the child. And these are old-fashioned folks growing up, laboring. They did things with their hands. They did things well. They expected obedience from their children. And so they would definitely discipline the children for not being able to remember the sermon, but anything that was disobedient. And they would hit them with, Jerone's older brother said, anything they could get their hands on. They would use, that traditional old-fashioned go out and pick a switch from the garden. They used extension cords to hit them with. They used belts. They used, he said, his mom's shoes, if that was what was handy. They also would take away things, especially as the boys got older. They would take away games or TV or the ability to go out of the house. So they punished them quite strictly. I think now the school system would consider this abuse. They would get reported. And we all probably know families that use some measure of a kind of physical punishment, but this seems extreme.
And then let me ask you this too. So were you made aware of whether Annette and the boys moved to different cities, different parts of Florida?
Yes, they moved around quite a bit. I guess he went to several schools as a child. He repeated a grade. Annette also sent the boys to live with one of her sisters for a period.
One of Annette's sisters?
Correct. Excuse me. And so they did have a bit of a tumultuous upbringing, especially at first, and lived in several places within Florida.
I would follow up to that question. What it was leading to is, when Annette moved with the boys, Alicia Jr. and Jerone, did she also continue to go to the church?
Yes, she did.
New locations.
Well, right. So the church, like I said, was the whole network. And I want to really stress, this is not a denomination of the House of Prayer, which would be a more formalized, more public, with more supervision. This was an independent network of churches called House of Prayer. And she raised them in if I'm not mistaken, the St. James House of Prayer, which was one of the central ones in this network of independent Pentecostal churches.
Okay. May I have just a moment here?
You may.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir. Steve, any questions?
Yes,
Thank you.
morning, Doc.
Good morning.
I want to start, Doctor, by asking about the sources of your information in this case. You said you spoke to multiple family members.
Yes, sir.
Which family members were those?
I spoke, in addition to John Hunter in jail, I spoke to his mother, Annette Bowles Washington, his mother's sister, Miss Janie Brown, and then his older brother, Elisha Jr. On his father's side, I spoke to Obaya Hunter, Pastor Obaya Hunter, Joseph Hunter, Morris Hunter, Talitha Hunter, Sarah Hunter Brandon, and Priscilla Hunter.
So these were all mostly aunts and uncles of Jerome
Correct.
in terms of family members that you spoke to.
That's right.
Were all these aunts and uncles, were they all still involved in a form of the Pentecostal religious practice?
Yes, sir.
Did they all have children?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
Did you ask them about the adjustment of their children, how their children handled growing up in a Pentecostal church? So the
You know-
cousins?
Sorry, I didn't.
You didn't?
Mm-mm.
But of course, you didn't hear anything about Jerome's cousins who were also raised in similar faith, doing something like Jerome did in this case, killing 6 people.
That's correct.
And your other source of information was this social history by a Selvog, right?
Right.
And Selvog wasn't a psychologist, he wasn't a neuropsychologist, he was a psychiatrist, right?
Right.
He was a social worker.
Right.
And his report, it'd be fair to say, his very lengthy report in summary, it was again based upon family sources, right?
Right.
But even though he wasn't a psychologist, psychiatrist, medical doctor, it was an opinionated report, right?
Yes, it was. It was an opinionated report at times.
I mean, opinionated report to the extent that you mentioned that was one of your sources of these for Elisha Sr., the defendant's father, suffering hallucinations, right?
Right.
And the other source of him suffering hallucinations was your family members who don't really even grasp mental health as a medical problem, right?
That's right.
So you really don't have any true medical sources saying that Elisha Sr., yes, he suffers hallucinations or he had some kind of mental illness when he was young.
That's right, because they never went to the doctor for it. I mean, they knew that he heard voices, saw things, and they knew that he talked back, I think, but they didn't have a medical diagnosis.
And you mentioned that not going to medical doctors. Are you aware that Jerome's mom took him to the doctor when he was 3 years old for a hernia?
Yes, I think I did know that.
Okay, so the mom mentioned that to you?
Yes.
Yeah, somewhere else.
I think the mom mentioned that to me.
Okay, so it is true that she would, in some situations, she would take Jerome to the doctor.
That's right. If it was an extreme situation, she would take him. She did take him to the doctor for the hernia, for example.
And as you said before, the children were vaccinated.
That's right.
It sounds like you didn't know for certain, or I don't know if you were assuming that it happened in school.
I don't know where he was vaccinated.
Okay, so before you said it was probably in school, but you don't know if it was mom taking him or if it was school.
Well, I think I meant that school mandated and does still schools mandate that children are vaccinated. So that's par for the course for an American child in an American school.
So mom was at least doing enough to make sure her kids were healthy enough to be in school system.
That's right.
By getting them vaccinated.
Right.
And talking about mom, we talked about in this church, I'm just gonna keep saying Pentecostal, if that's okay with you, referring to the church that they came up in. That it really looked down upon divorce and really, I think infidelity was the only reason for a woman to leave her husband.
Right, which they called adultery because that's the biblical term. Yes, sir.
But mom actually did leave, didn't she?
Yes, she did. She
took
did.
took the 2 boys and left.
That's right.
And it was when the boys were still really young, wasn't it?
That's right.
So young that the boys don't even really have a memory of their father, do they?
That's right.
And she then raised them on her own until she got together with Dan, right?
That's right.
And a big part of what you testified here to today is this level of corporal punishment reported by Elisha Jr., or Lish, and also by the defendant.
Correct.
So Mr. Hunter also reported corporal punishment.
Yes, sir.
Did you talk to Annette much about it?
I tried. She didn't really want to talk about that.
Okay. Well, did you push her at all and kind of say this is important for me to know the social history of the corporal punishment that the defendant suffered?
I did try, and she allowed us how they were strict and they dealt with their boys the way one has to deal with boys sometimes, but she didn't really want to speak about it.
Okay, she didn't want to go into it with you.
Right.
But you talked to some of the aunts and uncles and they talked to you about the corporal punishment.
Right.
Of course, the aunts and uncles on the father's side, Elisha Sr., they wouldn't know much about the corporal punishment for Jerome and Lish because they were gone at that at such a young age, right?
Right, although they did see him at church. So because it's such an extended network of families, they would see him at church, but they didn't have a good idea of how he was being raised.
They didn't have that insight of what happened outside of maybe what we saw in church.
That's right.
So really, in terms of history for Jerone, the aunts and uncles on his father's side, not as important, right?
Well, they had a deep background kind of history up until when his mother finally left his father. And then they had a sort of, we saw him at church and we saw he wasn't quite right. You know, they had a sense of what the kids now would call the vibe, but they didn't have details and they weren't visiting back and forth.
And so finally left the father, but again, that was when Jerone and Alicia Jr. were so young that they don't remember their father.
That's right. They were about 3 and 4, something like that.
I want to talk to you about Jerone's twin. Do you remember how old Jerone was when his twin Jeremy died?
They're 5 or 6 months old.
Okay. And you said you talked to some of the family members who observed Jerone as a young child doing this communication or talking to somebody like they were doing.
Yes, that's right.
And one of the people you talked to was, is her name now Janie Brown? It used to be, I think, Bowles.
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the sister of Annette.
That's right.
And when you talked, did you talk to her about these conversations or observing these things that Jerome would do?
Yes, and interestingly, she said Jerome was the fussy baby and Jeremy was the sweet baby. So they said, we thought that Jeremy was the easier baby. You know, some babies are fussy and cry a lot and some are placid. So she said, you know, Jeremy was the easy baby and Jerome was the fussy baby. And we used to joke and call, or I don't know if it was a joke, they used to call Jerome the evil twin. So they knew the babies and they could see the differences in these two little twins.
And did you talk to her about actually observing the conversations that Jerome was having or hearing to have a conversation with somebody else today? Did you talk to Janie about that?
Honestly, I can't remember. Can I consult my notes?
Yes, please.
She told me one day Annette asked Jerome who he was talking to, and he said he was talking to his brother. And then Annette cried because she didn't know what to make of that, and that she thought that Jerome was mean and that the other twin was calm.
Did she ever tell you that it was actually, they just assumed as a family that he was talking to his brother and never actually told them that he was talking to his brother?
He said he was talking, they told me that he said he was talking to his brother and that they thought that that was a puzzle, that God would heal it. And if God didn't want to heal it, that it wasn't normal.
Did you talk to Janie at all about her thoughts on Jerone's upbringing?
A little bit.
Did she tell you that he was always provided for by his mother?
Well, she didn't say that exactly. We didn't get into that.
Okay, so you didn't get into the details about whether or not he had food on the table, he provided for his mom took care of. You didn't get into that.
Correct. I assumed that, she put food on the table and sheltered him and clothed him and sent him to school. Yes, sir.
And Jerone, we talked about the restrictions, like not playing sports, not being able to dance, listen to music. Where the Jerone started playing or running track in middle school?
No, actually, I did not know that.
And are you aware, did you talk to Todd DeNoyer at all?
No, sir.
No. So you're not aware that in high school, one of his teachers and coaches actually described him as a very well-adjusted young man,
No, sir.
a good student? No?
No, sir.
Okay, I just have for the court report, I have to get a verbal response.
Oh, sorry.
Didn't know that he was actually very gifted when it came to working in audio and video.
No, sir.
No. Didn't know he was popular.
No, sir.
Did you know he was a
Although, sorry, I did know that his mother would monitor whom he could speak to on the phone. She would decide what girls he could talk to. And so she tried to keep a strict watch over his, I guess, budding popularity. But
Well, doctor, is that really abnormal for a mother for a teenage boy to keep an eye on who he's dating, who he's talking to on the phone, or having a curfew?
no, it's not abnormal, but I guess there's a continuum of what's normal and what's strict and what's loose. And I think that was just one of the elements that put her on the very strict side of the continuum.
And you mentioned, Mr. Wood, that you actually talked to Jerome in preparation for your testing.
Yes, sir.
Did you talk to him at all about his current religious views or beliefs?
No, my impression is he doesn't. No, actually, I did not. We spoke about his experiences in the church, and that's what we stuck to,
Okay, you're obviously more or less an expert on religion, right?
Right.
Especially this particular religion,
more or less.
but didn't ask him about his current views and beliefs.
That's right.
Can I just have one moment, Judge? Hey, Doctor, I know you reviewed a lot of materials in this case. How many hours do you think you worked on this case? Approximately.
I would love to know the answer to that question. Oh,
I have your deposition if you want to see how much you said.
I think,
then.
did I say 50 up until that point?
Let me see if I can find it.
I would say 70 total,
70 total hours. I think you did say 50.
maybe even, yeah, maybe 70-ish, reading things, talking to people.
Okay, and your deposition was back on April 6th of 2023, so about 20 hours since then.
Sure, yeah,
70-ish
Yep.
total.
Mhm.
I think your rate is $300 an hour.
that's correct.
All right, one more moment, Judge. Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have some redirect, but.
You ready?
Where we at on that?
I was looking at a break around 10:15, but are you asking for one now? All right, we'll take I'll take our morning break, 15-minute break. Please don't discuss the case.
Okay, they're gonna take a 15-minute break.
No independent research. We'll see you back here in 15 minutes.
And it is 11. Whew. Yeah, this is a touchy subject for me. I don't like discussing religion and politics and stuff. That's not, I don't like that. So. Well, let's just take a moment there to view the side of his face, because I think this is the first time we've actually really seen his face. All right, that's Mr. Jerone Hunter. This is the man we're discussing.
Here you go, Nicholas.
Everyone, please be seated. And I did not ask you this morning, have any of you been exposed to any media, have done any independent research, heard anything, or seen anything? No? Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Wood?
Doctor, let me follow up with some questions that Mr. O'Bannon for the state had asked you. Was your role in this case in terms of providing expert testimony, were you asked to provide psychological analysis of Mr. Hunter himself?
No, sir, I don't have any expertise in psychology or psychiatry.
And so when you reviewed the materials that were provided to you and included your studies and research on apostolic church beliefs and culture, were you making any opinions of the psychological aspects of the church or the members thereof?
No, just common sense sort of connections, but no professional psychological evaluation kinds of conclusions.
All right. And Mr. Urbanik asked you about, you had discussions with Jerone about his experiences growing up in the church. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And can you relay those to the jury? What was Jerone's, what was it like being raised in the church, and what experiences did he express to you?
When we talked, he found it to have been a very negative kind of experience, that it was too much, too often, too much emphasis on the church, too much at stake, too much time spent, and that he didn't enjoy it. That was the sentiment he conveyed to me at the time in 2021 or whatever it was.
Were there particular aspects about the church or their beliefs or the practices that he didn't enjoy?
He got frustrated, he said, because he just had to always be in church and he didn't want to be there. And, that was the overarching sentiment.
Okay. And Mr. Urbanik had asked you about, excuse me, Dan Washington. Who is he to Jerome?
He's his stepfather,
Okay.
so his mother's second husband.
So following up on what Mr. Vanek had asked, does Mr. Washington attend the same apostolic church?
I understand that Mr. Washington is a pastor, and I believe he does attend the same church.
And in terms of, do you know if Mr. Washington, Dan Washington, likewise is involved in any corporal punishment or punishment of the boys?
Oh, yes, he was cited as the main person who would beat them and hit them and with, quote, whatever was on hand, whatever they could get their hands on.
And are you aware of whether or not Mr. Washington himself has his own children?
Yes, I believe he has a daughter.
And do you know if the daughter is in the church also?
I think she would have gone to church along with them, naturally.
All right. And do you knowledge does Mr. Washington go to the same church that Annette goes to?
You know, that's a really good question. I believe so, but I'm not 100% certain.
Are you aware of whether or not Mr. Washington shares the same apostolic church beliefs and
Yes,
practices?
yes, he does.
Okay.
I think he travels quite a bit, but yes, I think he's part of the same, he's effectively part of the same, part of the same church body and church network, and holds the same beliefs.
And Mr. Urbanik had asked you about how much time you put into this case. Does your billing include talking to family members
Yes, sir.
and talking to Mr. Hunter?
Yes, sir.
And reviewing the materials that you outlined previously
Yes, sir.
in your testimony here today?
It will, sir. Yes.
You haven't been paid yet,
Correct.
and you expect to get paid.
Well, I hope so, but that's how it works.
In the occasions that you testified as an expert, whether on behalf of the defense or the state, were you paid in those cases as well?
Most often, yes. Once in a while, I will have a consultation gratis.
Do you know if that was, first as we talked about working for the state, did you pay for your time now?
Yes, I've been paid by the state. Yep. You're welcome.
That's all I have, Judge.
Oh, you had some follow-up?
Yes, yes. And very narrowly, what it asked. Consultation gratis, that's flat, right, free?
Yes, I will often spend a couple hours on the phone helping a lawyer determine if there is a religious angle to the case they're working on or a cultural angle that I can help them with. The prosecution, New York State Attorney General, for example. And if they don't engage me after that, that's fine, because I like to help, where I can.
Okay. Then obviously, Mr. Wood again asked about your billing, that obviously you travel down here from Connecticut, right?
Yes, sir.
So that's part of your billing too, is you go for travel and.
Yes, it's less for travel, but yes.
Okay. I just want to ask a couple quick questions, other questions. You didn't, any of the interviews you did with family or with this yourself was recorded?
No, sir.
And you used the word, when you talk about Dan Washington, you used the word, the corporal punishment, you were saying beating, but in their view, it's punishment, right?
I think they would say hitting.
But it's being done for a purpose, right?
It's being done for a purpose. Yeah,
At least-
sometimes it's done in anger, but then recast as for a purpose, for disrespect or for not being obedient.
Not following the rules, right?
Correct.
And then you talked about kind of common sense. So essentially, you're here as a conduit for these family members' history, and of course, the important information you had from a social worker, right?
Right.
And all of this family history is from 20, 30, 40 years ago. Even farther.
Well, it starts in history, yep, and then it goes up until, shortly before the crime.
2004.
Right.
And the social report is even 15 years old at this point, right?
Right.
Thank you.
All right, and may she be released.
Yes.
All right, ma'am, thank you for your
Thank you.
time.
Hold on.
Okay, I don't know where that got us. Sorry, I kind of zoned out a little bit during that. I had to because
We have all Dr. Julie Harper.
all right, Dr. Julie Harper, come to the stand, please. And I did notice that this lady is on the stand for a long time. So if you need to go potty and all that, now's the time to do all that, because she's going to give this probably a long CV of what she's done.
Good morning. Good morning. Mr. Wood?
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Harper, if you would start it out and give your full legal name, please.
My name is Julie Frances Harper.
And what do you do for a living, ma'am?
I'm a licensed psychologist in Florida and Georgia.
And how long have you been a licensed psychologist in those two states?
I was licensed in Florida in 2005 and licensed in Georgia in 2017, but my original license was in 2002 in Washington State.
And with regard to the state of Florida, are you still a licensed psychologist in the state of Florida?
I am.
Okay. And do you currently practice psychology? Do you see patients?
I practice psychology, but I do not see patients in the term of therapy or providing those kinds of services.
And where's your primary office at?
It's in the panhandle of Florida, so that would be the Fort Walton Beach area.
And could you tell the jury about your educational background?
Sure. I attended Oberlin College, where I received a degree in biopsychology in 1995. I went on to University of Denver, where I received a master's degree in professional and clinical psychology. That program was one where you can continue on to get your psychological doctorate. So I didn't stop at the master's, I kept going. I focused on psychological assessment as my specialty while I was in graduate school. When you're becoming a psychologist, you also have to practice for a year of internship. So you're a baby psychologist under supervision. So I matched for my APA approved internship in Washington State. So at Washington State University, their College Counseling Center. While working there as a psychologist, I also supervised graduate students during that time. After that was completed, I defended my dissertation and graduated in 2001. And then I started collecting postdoc hours in a community mental health center in Pullman, Washington. I was supervised there by a forensic psychologist and assisted him in the work he was doing for court, but also was working as a psychologist, doing therapy, providing psychodiagnostic educational assessments, all kinds of things to help the psychiatrists at the center identify the correct diagnosis.
You run the practice through Northwest Florida Psychological Services?
That's my current practice.
Okay. How long have you run your practice under that business name?
Since 2010.
Okay. And, okay. Now, in terms of your clinical experience, can you tell the jury about that?
Sure. So after I was licensed, I took a position in Spokane, Washington, where I worked in an assessment center providing evaluations of children, adolescents, adults, a lot of testing, and then some therapy as well to individuals. We had a learning disability and ADHD and autism focus, though I saw people for other reasons as well. So I ran groups with children, social skills groups with adolescents, and provided that one-on-one therapy. And I did that for 3 years before moving to Florida. In 2005, I took a position in the Fort Walton Beach area, working for Bridgeway Center, which is again another community mental health center. And I was the executive director of psychological testing while working there. That meant that I had a testing department and performed similar evaluations that I've already discussed. And additionally started working with a retiring psychologist who was doing evaluations for the Department of Children and Families and also the Department of Juvenile Justice. So I worked alongside him as he was retiring, and then I ultimately got the contract to do DJJ, Department of Juvenile Justice, program evaluations, meaning that youth that are committing some kind of offense in the community, I would assess them and then make a recommendation back to their probation officers as to what the outcome I thought would be appropriate for them in terms of placing them in a program or recommending services for them. So after doing that for a while in 2010, I left to open my own practice where I conducted work early on that was both clinical and forensic. My clinical work included doing thousands of Social Security disability evaluations. That actually started at the Community Mental Health Center, but I continued that work. So I've rated or assessed people who are in the process of trying to seek out disability for their psychiatric problems. And there I was doing things like IQ testing, achievement testing, again, doing a lot of assessments related to diagnosis. And while providing those services, I also started to conduct fitness for duty evaluations for law enforcement and seeing if people were qualified to hold a gun and serve that way or be a firefighter. So conducting those kinds of screenings. I also, in my private practice, began performing social investigations. That's just a fancy way to say custody evaluations. That's how you call it in Florida. Provided evaluations of people going through dependency court, trying to get their children back. And then starting to get work from the court system, doing competency to stand trial evaluations, sanity at the time of the offense evaluations. A court order would come to me and I would evaluate individuals for those issues. And then a variety of things in preparation for people that might be sentenced. So conducting evaluations to answer a legal question.
Have you previously in any court provided expert opinion in the field of forensic psychology?
Yes, many times.
More than 50, 100, 200, any idea?
A ballpark is around 400 times.
And in one particular jurisdiction or others?
No. So I've practiced and worked in many jurisdictions around Florida. As far south as Miami, I'm qualified there as an expert witness in juvenile brain development, but other circuits as well. So not just my area.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to, well, let me ask you this before I go on. So in your experience providing expertise in your area some 400 times, did you have occasion to provide expert opinions or consultations on behalf of the state?
Yes, I did. So in 2017, I took a job in the state of Georgia where I worked as a state evaluator. And as part of that job, I did similar things, competency to stand trial, sanity at the time of the offense. And in that situation, I consulted with both state attorneys and defense attorneys in that position.
Okay. When did you first get contacted in this case?
Well, my best estimate would be late 2019 because I saw the defendant in early 2020.
Okay. And what was your understanding or what was being asked of you in terms of your involvement in this case at that time you were contacted?
To conduct a broad overview of Mr. Hunter's life, his background, his what we say biopsychosocial history, so good understanding of his early development, things he's been through, with the possibility that the results of my evaluation would be something I could testify about if called.
Okay. And after you were contacted and officially came on board on the case, did you receive any materials for your review?
I did.
All right. And what types of materials did you receive?
So I received materials such as medical records from the Department of Corrections, school records, some of the family medical records, previous trial transcripts, some previous testing data from other psychologists. So a variety of kind of medical, academic, legal records.
Okay. And did you actually have the occasion to talk to Mr. Hunter, Jerone?
I did, yes.
And can you tell the jury when that was?
I saw him on 4 occasions. The first was January 21st of 2020. The second time was June 30th of 2020, March 2nd of 2022, and April 5th of 2023.
Okay. Were there reasons for the coming to see him 4 different times? Was there a certain plan for those contacts?
Well, you can imagine that trying to gain information about someone's life in a 2-hour window is really not enough time to find out everything that you need to know. So I went to see him several times to finish what I would call the background information, trying to get the information about his family functioning, mental health, all of that. So that takes several visits to accomplish that.
Okay. And when you visited with Jerone, what was his attitude or demeanor? What was he like when you were, talking to him?
Well, I would say that Mr. Hunter is a person who is very calm in his demeanor on the outside. When he doesn't move around a lot when you speak to him, he's pretty still and calm. What's really notable about him when you start talking to him is that there is like a delay in his speech. So that stood out across interviews, that he's asked a question and then usually there's a pretty long pause until he can answer. And so when you're evaluating someone, you talk about like the fluency of speech, for instance, and if they can pay attention and things like that. And so I did note that about his speech. He was open with me. He tried to answer my questions. He was also pretty concerned about not misremembering things. He wanted to make sure he wasn't giving me something that wasn't the right answer for what he could remember. So I would say he was kind of cautious about responding to make sure he wasn't mixing anything up.
Okay. And with that, those responses to the question, be true through the various 4 meetings you had with him?
Yeah, I would say that it's easier to talk to someone once you know them. And so he might at times have spoken a little bit faster, but there were always pauses. So maybe just a little faster as we went along, but not much.
And when you went to go see him and conduct your questioning and discussions with him, was it just the 2 of you?
Yes.
And did you talk to any, beyond Jerome, did you talk to any family members, any other friends or family or anything like that?
I did talk to several family members. So I had already met with him twice before I met his family.
You met with Jerome twice before?
Yes, I did Mr. Hunter
Okay.
2 times. Then in 2023, I met with his mother, Annette Washington, a cousin I had an interview with while in the family home. So that was by telephone. I met his Aunt Johnny, his cousin Kenoa, I hope I said that right, and his Aunt Janie. I also I went to Georgia where his father was incarcerated in a mental health prison, and I interviewed him in person in the prison, and also went to the Florida Department of Corrections Reception Center where his brother was being incarcerated, and I interviewed him in person there too.
So the father, just for the record, would that be Alicia Sr.?
Alicia Hunter Sr. is the father.
And then the brother, that would be Alicia Hunter Jr.?
That's right.
So did you, do you have recollection, or do you have documentation about roughly when you saw the father in Georgia?
Those interviews took place in 2023. So I think it was May of 2023, but I might not have the month right.
Was it more than one interview with the father?
No,
Okay, no one. And so you went to the prison that he was at.
that's right.
And what was he serving his sentence for?
He has a sexual offense, I believe, that he was serving time for, and it may be an aggressive act.
Okay. And just so the jury knows this, did the offense that he was serving time for did that criminal case have anything to do with Jerome at all?
No, not at all.
And did you gather any or receive any documentation about the father's mental health treatment conditions in the past?
Yes, I did. He is being, or at the time, I heard that he's been released since, but at the time he was in this prison designed for treatment of individuals that have a mental health disorder. So he was receiving antipsychotic medication for schizophrenia and mood problems. And so when I reviewed his records, I saw that his medication administration reviewed his diagnosis. Looked at his response to treatment, which was very good while treated. I also had an opportunity to see his family history of mental health disorders, that Mr. Hunter Sr.'s mother also had a mental health condition that was included in this record. And so that helps inform, if there's a family history of schizophrenia, then you might need to know, which relatives are having that, and because it increases the risk of first-degree relatives to also have it. So I took note of that as well.
So was it the paternal grandmother that had schizophrenia?
Yes, she had a mental health disorder that was documented in these records.
Okay. When you saw Mr. Hunter, the father, in prison, was he actively receiving medication for his schizophrenia?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And there was documentation from third parties or other sources as to his diagnosis of schizophrenia?
Right, the treating doctor, a psychologist in this case also noted it. So there are 2 diagnoses noted, but I mean 2 providers, essentially the person prescribing medication, but the psychologist record includes the diagnosis of schizophrenia paranoid type. And that's because of the command hallucinations, meaning Mr. Hunter Sr. was experiencing voice activity in his head that was directing him to do things. You call this command hallucinations because the voices command you to act in some way. And so that was a hallmark of his diagnosis.
Okay. And do you know total how long the father's been in custody or incarcerated?
Well, I think the record spanned from 2017 to 2022, though I did see a notation back to previous treatment in 2013. So I'm not sure if he had been treated there and released and come back to the same prison, but somehow there was a record referencing 2013 as well.
Was the father able to provide you family history or information that you felt relevant to this case and Jerome's situation?
He did, yes. I asked him a lot of questions because there's an allegation, of course, that Mr. Hunter Sr. was very abusive to Mr. Hunter's mother, Annette. And so I wanted to ask him if that's true, or if he would verify if there had been domestic violence. So he provided a background of their fractious relationship with one another. And he did admit to striking her. So that was part of it. He also provided some recollection because he left Mr. Hunter's life pretty early. You know, he referenced the boys sort of as a unit, you know, 2 young boys that he had at the time when he was still married. But he did denote that Mr. Hunter, so our Jerone Hunter, this here, tended to isolate himself and seemed like he was sort of pulling apart to talk to himself. So he identified that. He also provided some family history about Annette Washington's family because he had been associated around, you know, his in-laws, and noted that Annette's sister, Janie, had a history of schizophrenia or talking to herself. So he was able to provide some insight into that side of the family as well.
Okay. Did Mr. Hunter, the father, admit to physically abusing Annette in the past?
He did.
Did he admit that that occurred over a period of time?
Well, he was really focused on one incident specifically. So he talked about 2 different instances. One of them he admitted to striking Annette. The other he described as getting into it with Annette's sister, that they had an argument or like a physically assaultive, I guess, interaction with each other.
Did the father mention, when talking about those instances, had Jerone been born by the time those things would happen?
You know, I can't say with certainty. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. Okay. And was his demeanor, the father's demeanor, cooperative? We talked to you?
I smiled. He was cooperative. He was very much trying to talk to me. He has a disjointed speech that's very hard to follow. So I took notes and I tried to keep him on track. So even with this medication, I think he still has some difficulty just, you know, putting things into words, but he did the best that he could. And I felt like I got good information while he was medicated.
Okay. Now you said that the father talked to you or gave you information about Jerone talking to himself. What information did he provide?
Just that he noticed that his son had isolated himself and seemed to be like pulled aside, like he's talking to someone.
Okay. Did the father indicate or say, you know, what kind of time frame that activity was occurring in?
It would be before age 4 because I think that's when they split. So he didn't say exactly, but you know, you figure that it would be in that early. That's still like toddlerhood to pre-K time frame.
Okay. So the father separated from Annette when Jerone was about 4?
I think it was 1989. So yeah, about 3 actually.
Okay. And did they divorce, he and Annette?
I think so. Yes.
All right. And okay, was there any other additional information from the father that you gleaned that you that would be relevant to this case and Jerone in particular?
I can just reference my note to make sure I didn't miss anything, but he gave a little more context to his relationship with Annette, that's Mr. Hunter's mother, just describing her in her younger years as wanting to go out, that they had a lot of difficulty with one another. And sometimes if she didn't feel she had gotten sufficient amounts of attention from him, she would threaten to kill herself. And so he gave me a little insight into Annette's mental health functioning, that he said she used to get suicidal sometimes, especially if they were fussing with one another.
Did the father express any desire to have contact in the future with Jerone in any way? Or?
Well, I mean, he was really restricted where he was at. I'm not sure if he, you know, has that opportunity. He was talking about wanting to spend time with the boys, you know, when they were younger. So I think that at the point he was in his incarceration, I don't think he had yet put together plans as to what he might be able to do after.
So moving on to Jerone in particular, what age was Jerone at the time of the murders?
18.
Okay. And do you have a recollection or notes as to Jerone's date of birth?
It is 5/31 of 86.
Okay. And where was Jerone born?
Miami, Florida.
Okay. And for the record, who were his parents?
So he was born to Alicia Hunter Sr. and Annette, she's married again. Her name is Washington now.
And did you have the opportunity to talk to Annette and any other family members about moving from place to place or anything like that?
I did talk to her and her sisters about like that period of time when the boys were little and how much the family had moved around and just how much instability there was after the little boys were born.
Okay. So roughly how old was Jerome when he and Alicia, his older brother, moved out of Miami?
He really just described it as not like growing up in Miami. So I think very early. I don't have the exact date of that move, but I know it was early.
Where did he move to? Where did Jerome move to?
Well, he's moved around a lot. So at times, they've lived with various members of mother's family. So even as a household unit.
So members of the Nets family?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in various cities or?
Right. So it's places like Jennings or Deltona, as they moved around, they lived in, he said he grew up mostly in Sanford. That's his recollection. But he said they also lived in Jennings for a period of time. And my understanding of that is when mother left her new husband, Mr. Washington, for a period of time, he lived in Jennings. And then they also lived in Deltona.
Okay. So did Annette express or give you information about any abusive situations that she experienced with the father?
Yes, she did. She described pretty extensive domestic violence occurring with Alicia Hunter Sr. Just describing the marriage as extremely unstable. There were times that she left him basically for protection or wanting to have safety. She would go to family members to escape him. He would find her there. Sometimes there were, family meetings. Like for instance, she told me an example of a time that the brothers grouped up, her own brothers grouped up to try to beat up Mr. Hunter so that he would not engage in any further domestic violence towards her.
Do you know, or did she tell you, or do you have any documentation as to whether any of these beatings were ever reported to the police at all?
I didn't receive any documentation, as far as I know, about that. They seem to handle it by confrontation, like family member to family member. But if you'll allow me a moment to. Yeah, I will agree as I characterize that, she tended to leave her family member's house to stop the abuse. And so that would be her efforts to do that.
Were there occasions where after Annette was beaten by the father that they would separate and get back together?
Yes, they did.
Did that happen more than once?
Yes, it did. Several times. One of those times, she said that she returned to him after being counseled sort of by her family to try harder on her marriage. So she went back to him in Miami. And then there was a time where they separated and reunited when she was in Jennings, and then again when they lived in Sanford. So there were at least those 3 times. She remembered that her older son, Alicia, was in kindergarten when that happened.
When the last beating happened?
When she was trying to
So-
get along with him.
How much older is Alicia than Jerome?
Just a little more than a year.
So, so the physical abuse, did it occur when Jerome was in the household?
Yes, sometimes it overlapped with that. So he would have been engaging in that before he was born, but then even after the birth.
Was there any physical abuse at a time when Annette was?
Yes, there was.
And by the way, would that have been Alicia or Jerome or both?
Just give me a moment, please, to find that example of when she told me about that. Well, okay, so 1988. So she was describing in 1988 she had a later pregnancy, I guess. It was ectopic in her tubes.
I'm sorry, could you?
It was ectopic, pregnancy in her fallopian tubes. So there was that later pregnancy. And she was describing that during that period of time, he drove her around and he just dropped her off, even though she was experiencing pain and suffering. And he wouldn't take her to the hospital. So they had an incident in that pregnancy, which was later. And then her sister, Janie, described what you're speaking of, which is she observed Alicia being abusive while Annette was pregnant. And so
Physically abusive?
yes, physically abusive. And she recalled that Annette tried to hurt herself when she was pregnant. And she was in Delaware at that time, getting away from him. And as a result of that interaction and difficulty they were having, that Annette had taken an overdose of some cleaning fluid to attempt self-harm.
And I apologize, you may have just said it, but was she pregnant with Jerone or Alicia at that time?
I'm not exactly sure. I think that I'm not sure.
Okay. So, but did Aunt Janie say that she witnessed that?
Yes.
All right. So, and then did Annette have any family in Jennings when she moved?
She moved in with her sister. I think the Aunt Johnny is how Mr. Hunter describes that aunt.
Okay. And then did she live there? Annette lived there for some time with the boys?
She did.
Okay. And then where did she move to after that?
I think she moved out back to try to make things work with her husband.
And then did she, you mentioned she moved to Sanford with the boys?
Mr. Hunter describes growing up in Sanford, so I think that that's been a lengthier place that he's lived.
At some point, Annette married Stan Washington?
That's right. She met him, I think she said it in, was it 1999 or 2000, right around the time that she last was trying to work things out with Alicia Sr.
Was, do you know about how old Jerome would have been at that time?
So that would be around, is that 3 years old? Around 4 years old, depending on timing.
Okay. And then,
Well, actually, I'm sorry. I think that math might not be right. Hold on just a moment. So would it, I either provided the wrong date
Her
or
math
the
is
math.
wrong.
But he was young. I think that he was still, a pretty young child. So if I didn't get the math right on that, I apologize.
in terms of, their, financial situation, by the time they're in Jennings or living in Sanford, what was that like? Going on?
They had a really rough time. They didn't have a lot of money. They're pretty much dependent on family to help pay the bills. There's a description that basically Annette's father had to sometimes pay for things. So I don't think that they independently had enough money. And when she later married Mr. Washington, I know that they continued to have money problems because the money was being spent. He had a substance abuse problem. And so he would tend to spend the money on drugs instead of the things that needed to be paid.
It was Dan that had the abuse problem?
That's right.
Was that drug abuse?
Yes.
Do you know what kind of drug abuse?
I think it was cocaine abuse.
Okay.
Mhm.
And do you know if Mr. Washington, the stepfather, ever got treatment for that?
Not in a formal way. I don't think so.
What kind of impact did Mr. Washington's addiction have on Annette's and his relationship and the boys as well?
It caused a lot of tension because, she obviously described not wanting him to use drugs, and his addiction would cause instability in their household. So much so that he had unstable reactions in punishing, for instance, and things like that. So it just created a lot of instability in their household and efforts for him, to stop. I think she was describing trying to set limits for him to stop, and he wasn't stopping. So it went on for a while.
Okay. Do you have any rough estimate about how long that probably went on?
Let me see. So it would be until Mr. Hunter was in the 3rd grade. So estimate that most people that are in third grade are around 8 years old or so. So I would say that it was more than 2 years like that.
Okay. And do you know, at least of course, according to the people that you talked to, did there come a time when reportedly Dan stopped using drugs?
Yes, he did, because he came to reunite with Annette Washington and basically told her that, he's done. He's not going to use drugs anymore, and wanted her to return with him. So she did. She returned to try it out, and then left the boys with her sister during that trial period.
Did Dan and Annette continue to stay together?
They are still together. Mhm.
So you mentioned, you touched upon, I want to follow up, that Annette had did she have some mental health problems of her own?
She did.
Tell us about that.
Well, depression and suicidal ideation are part of her history. At one point, she was hospitalized. I think that attempting suicide was the reason that she did that. Though I think Mr. Hunter at the time did not know why his mom was gone. She just was hospitalized. So that information was more provided to me by her sisters, because they were more knowledgeable about that time period.
The form of the hospitalization, or the catalyst, I say, the legal, was she involuntarily committed to the hospital, or do you know if she volunteered?
If you'll allow me to, I can try to find it in the family interview. I can't say with certainty off the top of my head, so I don't know. I'm not able to answer that. I'm not sure. I just know that she was, she stayed in the hospital for that treatment for her suicide attempt.
Let me ask it this way. When you talked to Annette about Jerone's background, her background, did she talk about the hospitalization and the depression? Did she open about that?
She did, to a degree, though I feel that it was embarrassing for her to talk about it.
Okay. So did she give you much detail about it?
Not that much. I would say that her sisters were more able to describe that.
The suicidal ideations and the depression, was that reoccurring or recurring, or was it kind of an isolated one-off?
Well, I believe it's reoccurring because of the stress. You can find a history of that as described by her sisters, and her sadness, and making suicidal threats when she's with her first husband, and then it reoccurs later on that she's got depression during her second marriage. So I think that that's a recurrent depression. It's
Okay.
more than one episode.
And when you were talking to her, did she express she was having suicidal ideations or depression then?
At the time that I interviewed her, no, she did not.
Okay. So let's talk about, so when Jerome was born, did he go to full term?
Well, he was part of a twin pregnancy, and so there were some, I think, some difficulties with that, and so I think that was the reason for some prematurity.
Okay. Was Jerome born underweight?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know roughly what he weighed at birth?
No, I do not.
Okay. But he was underweight?
Yes.
Okay. How about his twin brother, Jeremy?
The same. I mean, it was a twin pregnancy, so they were delivered prematurely and both underweight, just a few pounds.
Okay. Did there come a time when Jeremy passed?
He did.
When was that?
The boys were approximately 5 or 6 months old. They had respiratory issues. So the way that she was describing it sounds like fluid in the lungs built up into the point that they were both ill, but Jeremy's turned into a pretty serious pneumonia or some kind of deep cough. And so he actually passed from that.
So Annette had pneumonia, but Jeremy died of a type of pneumonia? I don't know.
No, both boys were ill. Like they had some kind of
Oh,
illness.
okay.
And it was Jeremy that succumbed to it.
Nice. So Jerome lived and Jeremy did not?
Right.
Okay. And did you discuss with Jerome the impact that his twin brother had?
We talked about his twin brother a lot during our interviews. And the reason that we talked about him a lot is that it's his experience that he still has some kind of communication with his brother who has passed who passed as an infant, but he believes that he can hear him. He feels like they have ongoing communications with one another. When he hears the voice, he believes that that's his brother.
Okay. And has Jerone experienced these talks with his brother for some period of time?
Yes, he said, since childhood. So that would be most of his life. That's been something that he's experienced.
Had Jerone talked about having those discussions with his brother since he's been incarcerated?
Yes.
Okay. And do they occur often? Or?
Yes, I mean, as much as daily. So he will have communications that he feels like his brother is talking with him, giving him guidance sometimes, making opinions about things, and that could happen as often as daily, though there are some periods of time in the past that it hasn't been as often. So it has varied a little bit.
Does Jerone describe these discussions with his brother as commands or command hallucinations, that kind of thing?
Well, he doesn't describe it as hallucinations. That's a clinical term, really, that a psychologist would call that experience. He just thinks he's communing with his brother. And no, he doesn't feel that he's compelled to act, based on a direction of his brother. It's not like that. He says, his brother will give him opinions and advice, but he can generate his own opinion as well. So he doesn't call it command hallucinations for sure.
Do these discussions with his brother, the content of the discussions, are they self-harm or do they harm anyone else or anything along those lines?
No, it doesn't take like a negative or aggressive tone.
Okay. Did Jerone describe these discussions as a good thing, a positive thing?
In general, it seemed that he was discussing it in a really positive way. Like you would talk about your best friend or somebody, that you want to talk to. So in general, I would say that. The only thing that he said that might not be as positive is if he just didn't agree with the advice. So he just wouldn't take it.
In your discussion with other family members, were you able to find out whether other family members have seen Jerone talking to someone?
Yes.
I would say talking to someone alone.
So they describe Mr. Hunter engaging in this interior dialogue, right? And so his brother described that he told him, so Alicia Jr. said that Mr. Hunter told him that he was talking to his dead brother. And this was still in childhood. And he said, if that's what he wants to believe, okay. So he didn't necessarily agree that it would be his deceased brother, because that would be his brother as well. But he noted that, he told him about it early on. Also, his mother talked about noticing that he spoke to himself or seemed apart. So those two people, and then of course I already mentioned his father noted the same. And then I believe one of his aunts, and I'm thinking that his female cousin was talking about that as well.
Okay. In your discussions with the family members that you made contact with regarding Jerone talking to his brother, did they, the family members, express concerns of seeing or knowing that Jerone talks to his brother alone?
Well, I would say the most concerns seemed to come from his brother, Alicia, who seemed to think that that was unusual. Whereas when his mom and his aunts were talking about it, they didn't seem to be as concerned like as a psychiatric symptom as most families would be. If I evaluate someone for a Baker Act, for instance, and their family members are interviewed, they will tell me like a symptom, the intensity of the symptom, and then most of the time they would express that with like concern. But this was more like, this is what he does. He talks to himself, his brother. So it just seemed more matter of fact. It didn't have like the hallmark of concern. I would say his brother was the one that had more concern about it being irregular.
Okay. Just may I approach just 1 second?
You may.
Okay.
Okay, went to static. So give me just a second, see what's happening here. They're approaching, and I goofed it up because I touched it.
Receiving treatment for something on schizophrenia spectrum disorder, but I don't have that in the note that information. I believe that he is receiving treatment for something on schizophrenia spectrum disorder, but I don't have that in the note that information, a diagnosis came from him. So,
Did Mr. Hunter Alicia express or tell you whether or not he was taking any medications for mental health problems when you talked to him?
well, at the time I saw him in reception. And so when you enter the Department of Corrections, the reception center does a diagnostic evaluation of you and then would start medications. So I don't think that he was taking medication at the time that I saw him. I think it was still at reception.
When you talked to him, how was he able to communicate with you? I know you talked about some kind of issues talking or having a conversation with the father.
Right.
How was the brother?
He was conversive. I didn't seem to have any difficulty talking with him.
Okay. Was Alicia, able to provide you any additional insights about his upbringing?
Yes, he was.
And talk about so was Alicia and Jerone raised in at a church or through a church?
Yes, he described their family life really revolving around their church after the stepfather got off drugs. It became a very religious household. Mom was already religious, but the stepdad really set a tone once he got off drugs.
Okay. Did Alicia, focusing on the natural, the biological father, did Alicia or Jerone have any relationship with their biological father growing up?
Not really after the separation. I think that Mr. Hunter said he saw him again one more time at a church function years later, but it's not of much consequence. It's just sort of like seeing him at that function. So I can probably find the year, but it was, 2003. So he was much older by then.
Did the brother Alicia talk about how he felt about being raised in that particular church that he was going?
Yes, he felt that church was too strict. Not attending church was not an option. He said that they.
Council, if you could just approach briefly.
And they're approaching again. What for, lady? Shh, turn that static down.
He was kicked out.
And did he tell you why?
Well, again, the context is that they are having a very strict family life, right? And so he started breaking out more on his own, didn't tell his parents every moment where he was going, and that caused friction with the mom and the stepdad. And so at some point, mom accused Alicia of influencing Mr. Hunter, Jonathan Hunter, about doing bad things, which Alicia disagreed. He said he was not doing that. And this conflict caused, it got to the point that the stepdad said he didn't want Alicia coming home. So he had to find somewhere else to live.
Okay. At that time when Alicia left the house or was kicked out,
Yes.
was Jerone still in the house?
Yes, he was. He's asking Alicia to please come back, come pick me up, please call me. So he was still at the parents' house.
Jerone was contacting Alicia to
Yes.
come back and get him?
Yes.
So did you discuss the impact of his brother leaving with Jerone and how you felt about that?
I did. He was describing that during that period of time, he had been experiencing depression already in childhood,
Who?
Mr. Hunter, Jonathan Hunter,
Okay.
and that separation, he used to be close to his brother, and so not being able to have him around as sort of like a guide in a sense, somebody that can kind of point things out. He was he's kind of lost at that period.
Okay. And was Jerone allowed to, once Alicia had left, was Jerone allowed to have contact with his brother?
Only not officially. I mean, it sounds like the phone calls that he made were just begging for contact, and his parents strictly forbidding them to have contact.
Did there come a time when Jerone left the house?
He did, and it's kind of a similar pattern where Mr. Hunter is more social, high school, and he's not being, I guess, is strictly sticking to the church friends and that kind of thing. He's socializing with other people. He's not coming home at the exact hour. That causes conflict again, and the
Conflict
doors
within the house?
within his relationship with his parents, right? And so his stepdad basically is saying, the door is locked at this time, and so you can't be here. If you're not going to come home, you can't be here.
Did up until the time Jerone left, did he have restrictions of who he could have contact with, who his activities, what his activities were, that sort of thing?
Yes, so both boys described that they must only listen to church music. They couldn't listen to today's hits or whatever, that kind of music was prohibited. They must socialize with people related to the church or family members, and that would be fine too. They must do their chores. That's part of a okay childhood to do chores, and that they must attend the church multiple times a week. Sometimes it was Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday. Sometimes it was every night of the week, depending on what, I guess, season it was of the church. If they were celebrating something or supposed to be praying a lot, they might go every day.
So eventually, Jerone leaves the house. How old was he when he left the house?
It was within a few months of this incident, so I think that he was already 18.
Okay. And I'm assuming you talked to Jerone about once he left the house. Well, first of all, did Jerone say why he left the house?
Well, I think I already talked about that.
You did, I'm sorry. So did Jerone say where he went to?
Yes. So I think that he tried to stay with friends first, and then it became clear that like his living situation wasn't working out. I think he eventually met up with a friend who connected him to Mr. Victorino, and that's how they ended up residing together.
Okay. Before I forget, how was Jerone's relationship with his father Dan? Did you guys discuss that? His stepfather Dan?
Prior to leaving the home?
Yes.
Well, I mean, he described that his stepfather was really strict in punishing him when he was little, to the point that he would use objects to strike him. So his punishments included physical punishments that were significant enough to leave marks on him. He said that his stepdad would often do that when the mother was not present, meaning when she's out shopping or something or whatever she was doing working, that's when that would occur. But he also described him again as really strict into church after coming back from, recovering from his substance addiction. So he really just described him as kind of a strict guy. It wasn't the loving, comforting relationship that you might have with a father, though he did call him Pops. He called him Dad. So he identified him, as his dad. But it was pretty strict and not very comforting.
We'll go into further detail with other witnesses, but when Jerone was in high school and before he left the house, was Jerone engaged in sports?
He was, yeah. He played football. He also was a wrestler, and he was running track as well. So in his high school years, he had those different sports.
Okay. And did Jerone express that he liked that?
He did, yeah. He was a running back receiver, and he really talked more about wrestling because he was actually good at it. He had a certain weight class. He was in the 130. I'm not a wrestler, so I'm sorry if I was saying any of these wrong. I don't know weight classes, but I think there's a 130-pound weight class, but he wanted to get into a different weight class, so he was really motivated to do that. In his sophomore year, he worked and trained to get down to the lower weight of 119.
So he was 130 and wanted to lose pounds to
Right.
get another weight class?
Right, to get down to a lower weight class.
Okay. And did Jerone graduate from high school?
He did not, because he attended school through the 11th grade, and then this incident occurred before he entered his senior year.
Okay. Did you, as a psychologist, having gathered the information from Jerone and other sources, do you have a clinical diagnosis as to the behaviors of Jerone talking to his brother? Is there a mental health diagnosis for that?
The symptoms, he's not calling them symptoms, but the symptoms I observed included that responding to auditory hallucinations that would be consistent with some diagnosis on the schizophrenia spectrum disorder. He also has that latency of speech where there's like a gap in responding as he tries to gather his thoughts. That difficulty communicating is part of schizophrenia, in that sometimes he's interacting inside of his head with his brother before he responds, and other times he's simply trying to get his thoughts in order. And so that just kind of discrepancy between when you ask him a question and the answer comes out would be indicative of schizophrenia. He also has a delusion that he's speaking to his brother. He didn't meet his brother as an adult. He wouldn't know a voice as an adult that would sound like his brother. So that's a delusion. So he has the hallmarks of schizophrenia.
Okay. And just for the benefit of the jury, is there, when you say schizophrenia spectrum, is that kind of a subset of a diagnosis, or that, I'm no expert, you are. So what are you talking about when you're talking about schizophrenia spectrum?
Well, that's the diagnosis that schizophrenia falls under. You can become more specific, like for instance, his father has paranoid type, or if you have a mood component, then you can have schizoaffective disorder, meaning that you've got the hallmarks of schizophrenia, but there's an additional mood component. So that's why he's diagnosed that way, that he's on the schizophrenia spectrum.
Are you aware of any mental health treatment that Jerone has received in his lifetime for the various the thought disorders, the schizophrenia spectrum, any of that?
He hasn't. I asked him about treatment within the Department of Corrections. He just has basically been checked on. There's no treatment. He's not engaged in treatment. He doesn't receive medication. He's not participating in therapy, for instance. So I don't have any history of treatment for that disorder.
Are you aware of Jerone's asked for any mental health treatment from the system?
No, it just is part of his incarceration. He's checked on by mental health, and he has not provided consent. He does not want to interact with that psychiatric staff or mental health staff. He doesn't think that he's having a psychiatric problem. He feels that is his brother.
Okay. Okay. Did, after Jerone moved out of the house, did,
I want to say something here. So I don't normally pause and say anything, but this is, so they're trying to say that because of the twin theory, that's what's causing his schizophrenia, and he doesn't believe he has any mental health issues because he believes it's his twin. So I guess that connection between twins, is that strong that you just, I don't know a lot about twins, so I just find that very interesting. Very interesting. I'm very interested in mental health situations. So anyways, this just really has got me fascinated.
do you know if he continued to have a relationship or contact with Annette or with Dana?
I think that he asked to move home on an occasion, so he was having some contact with them, but it's very limited. It's not like it was when he lived with them.
Did you get any more detailed information about the number of places after Jerone moved out that Jerone stayed at before he met with Mr. Victorino?
Let me see if he was more specific about it. Let's see. So he stayed with somebody named Brandon for a few days at a time. I think a girlfriend's house. So at least 2 other places, it looks like.
And discussing, well, let me ask you this way. In your time with Jerone, did you guys talk about the case?
We did.
And in talking with Jerone, did you observe any particular type of demeanor? Was he, what was it like talking to Jerone about the murders?
Well, as he was describing it, when he finished, he definitely was sad speaking about it. Just the loss of life that occurred, he was impacted by that clearly when he spoke with me about it.
Did he express that to you?
He did.
In what way? What did he say?
Okay. All right. Just a moment here. So one of the ways that he described it impacting him is that, so we're just talking about the psychological aspects, okay, as that's your question, right? So what did he seem like or describe his psychological aspects of the incident? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Okay. So one of the things to note is that he described during being in the home while the incident is ongoing, that at some point he became like mentally overwhelmed and checked out, which is like a stress response. And that has
Check out and talking with you about it.
no, as it was occurring. So he felt that he was sort of like out of his body. So that's commonly described when someone's experiencing trauma, for instance, that they leave their body. So that also was a reason that he explained he doesn't always remember things in exact detail because there is a part of him that had checked out. And then similarly, when he was in the trial, he had the same experience where it was hard to stay focused because of the emotionality of it made him feel like he was sort of leaving his body. So this is like a stress response, and it's a signal of being like flooded with emotions. And then I'm trying to get to the section where he was describing to me about, just the needless loss of life is how he was describing it. So one of the things that he was talking about is the extreme level of depression that he had the day before the offense. He had actually been planning to shoot himself because he was so depressed. So one of the ways that he has emotions about this incident is wishing that maybe if he had done that, this crime would not have occurred, or that he wouldn't have been a part of it. So that's a level of depression, that's significant enough if you're experiencing that wish to die or suicidal ideation, wishing that it had never happened.
Did Jerone say what was the catalyst that got him to thinking about killing himself?
Yeah, he had been experiencing a lot of stress in that summer leading up to it because of not being able to be at home with his parents, with, things were not going well in his life. He was just feeling like there was a lot of stress. It was apparent to him that it's just not a good time. He wanted to trade places with his dead brother. That had been a past thought that he had had a few times throughout his life, that was something he was experiencing leading up to it.
That he thought he wished it was him that had died rather than the brother?
Or trying to trade places. Yeah, like, if you could be dead, you would. So these stressors of being ostracized by your parents and not having a support system, and just things were not going well in his life. It was a very tough time for him.
In terms of his expression or lack thereof, as Jerone is talking about the regret for what he did and the results, is he excited? Is he glum? Is he? I don't want to put words. Can you give a descriptor on that?
No, he was very serious and sad about it. Just really the needlessness of it is the way that he was describing that. It's to me, he seemed very sad and remorseful that this has even happened. So that was reflected in the way that he, was talking about it. He was taking it seriously. He looked sad when he's talking about it. So that's his demeanor.
Okay. Did he ever make any statement or give any indication that he was, happy for what happened, or anything like that?
No, never.
So he did express remorse.
Yes.
And of course, when I'm asking this question, I'm talking about all 4 times you talked to him. He's when you did get to talk to him, he never wished that this wanted to do this again. Or was happy about what happened. Anything like that?
No, definitely not.
I know you're not. Let me just talk in very general terms about juvenile brain development. Is that does young brains, as through childhood, as we get older, is there brain development?
Yes, and so we used to think as psychologists that people just in their young years have a mini adult brain. But really over the years with the advent of science and using brain imaging, researchers were able to distinguish that there are distinct differences in a child and adolescent brain that make it very different than an adult brain, even to the point that part of your brain is still forming as you're growing, which is the frontal lobe. So the front part of your brain is not considered to have fully developed into your mid-20s. And that's distinctive. So if you're just a teenager, for instance, there are pathways that have not yet been established or reinforced with what we call myelination. It's just, if you can think about 2 nerves that need to talk to each other from different parts of your brain. For instance, the planning part of your brain and the emotional part of your brain. As you reinforce connections, your body will coat those pathways so they function more efficiently. And they coat them with basically this myelination. You think about a thick Crisco, that kind of white, that's what makes white matter in the brain. Those neuronal pathways are reinforced with that. So the brain is changing form, meaning the shape of the brain is changing as the frontal lobe is forming. Also, the pathways, the association of things is changing, and your brain is also pruning off associations it doesn't need anymore. So those things are occurring. But what is also different about a younger brain is that the part of the brain that's related to emotionality, it's called the limbic system. It's how you react or you're stimulated by outside stimulus, which would cause an emotional reaction, which you might also store in your brain as an emotional memory. So those areas related to that are very active when you're younger. And it helps to explain why you might make decisions in an emotional way when you're still young and not an adult, because that part of the brain is very easily activated by stimulus that might be risky or exciting. So you get a flood of dopamine and a rush. And so you're more drawn to what we call like highly reinforcing or exciting activities that might be like an immediate, you can. Maybe a juvenile delinquent like robs a store of something that they want right then. It makes sense. They get a dopamine rush. They're thinking in immediate terms, and they have that reward system really active. In an adult, it's different because the way that adults make decisions incorporates that rational part of your brain, that frontal lobe that allows you to draw on past experience. You're better at delaying gratification. So as an adult, you don't need to act on that sudden impulse. You can do things like save for a vacation, right? You've got a long-term goal that you can set aside your resources for a long-term future event. You can also inhibit your emotions much better. When kids cut up in church, that might make sense, but adults can monitor their behavior better. They know that's not an appropriate reaction. They might have other mechanisms to cope with things. So there are major differences that come along. So as a person ages, they have better use of their frontal lobe and more rational decision making than when they're young.
Okay. Let me touch upon another topic. So was Jerone, obviously before his arrest in this case, did he have any kind of work history at all?
A little bit, yeah. Closer in time to the offense, he had been working at KFC as a cook to earn money and support himself, and that would be an employment history that was in the record.
Okay. How about the history with Jerone of alcohol and or drugs prior to this incident?
Yeah, we talked about his substance use history, and so he admitted that he started doing some drinking when he was young, like at I'd say middle school level. By the time that he was seeking it out, he had been exposed to it when he was a child, just from around his mom, but that was not ongoing. By middle school years, he was hanging out with friends and got into some drinking by 8th or 9th grade, but not heavily. It was mostly like around peers or at a party or something, drinking some beer, liquor, a couple of beers. But this summer leading up to this offense, he started drinking more frequently. So he wasn't around his parents anymore. A couple of beers still. He's not the heaviest of drinkers, but 40-ounce beer, but he still wouldn't feel drunk drinking that. He denied having any symptoms that would be typical of alcoholism, like waking up and drinking in the morning or shaking if he didn't get any alcohol. So it wasn't at that level. It's just more frequent, small amounts of alcohol. He also admitted using marijuana in his preteen period here and there. In his teenage years, he was sports focused, so he's trying to train and whatnot, so he didn't tend to use it that much. Just if he did, it was a small time use. He also said that his brother and his friend would share an ounce, so that's not a lot shared.
Ounce of pot?
Sorry?
An ounce of pot?
An ounce of marijuana shared, yes, between a brother and a friend. So he admitted that he was doing small time marijuana sales. So he did say about the availability of it is that he was small time marijuana salesperson. He said around 17, he first got exposed to cocaine and used it. So just one time, but then the summer before this incident, around age 18, he was doing it like for a few days, that they had done it once a day over the course of a few days. And that was different because he had tended to avoid any kind of heavier drug use as an earlier child. So he said it was keeping him up and he wasn't sleeping as much. And that, so that's what he said about using cocaine.
And cocaine use closer to the time of the homicide. Did he talk about that?
He did. He admitted that the last use of cocaine occurred on the day of the deaths and that he considered himself as being high on cocaine at the time of the incident. He described that someone, I believe I saw in the records, not what he described, I believe I saw in the records that he admitted to using 2 lines of cocaine while he was in the presence of Mr. Victorino, who also used 2 lines of cocaine before they were picked up.
And any additional information about where the cocaine use was was done at? Residence, building?
I think it was at their residence and a friend had left it there for them.
Okay. And then any additional information about, in terms of, Jerome talked about using cocaine the day of.
Mhm.
Was it the day of the murder? Hours before, an hour before, during, any kind of additional time frame?
So he said first, when we were describing it, he was like early on the day of the crime. And then specifically when it looks like I continued asking questions in my notes, he said high on cocaine right before, to the point that it was still affecting his thinking and he felt impulsive. So it was still in his system. And then he described to me also when we went through the incident itself, that he felt super high.
Okay. And I'm asking as a toxicologist, but in general, is cocaine a stimulant?
It is.
Now, how about any prior criminal history that Jerome had? Did he have any prior contact with the law before?
So he had a juvenile arrest that's considered, he called it a battery, for which he attended juvenile court and was placed on community service, which would suggest that he was completing probation. I think I saw him reference something in a different record about completing probation. So this is after a fight at school in Deltona. And he said that, this incident is related to the guy shoulder pushing him and then he hit him. So that's what he had for his previous legal history.
In schooling in general, I know you talked earlier about how you moved around, but in general, how did you want to do with school, first grades and stuff?
Yeah, his academic records show that he had a range of grades, anywhere from, it depended on the school year and what was going on. But I would say that the majority of his grades look to me like they're about C's. He has some instances where they go lower, like for instance, during the difficult period of time where his mother's separated and he's living with his aunt. He's having to repeat the third grade. That was not a good school year for him. He's having a lot of stress. Additionally, I saw that in later grades, he was placed in intensive reading, which suggests that he was identified as a person that needed extra help. By the time that he was, I think, in the 10th grade, he needed a little extra assistance in reading by 10th and 11th grade. So he's generally a C student with some D's and a repetition of third grade.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I tender the witness.
Great. I think actually would be a good time to break for lunch.
Yeah.
So we're going to go ahead and do that. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. No independent research. We'll see you back here.
Okay.
1:15.
So let's zoom to 1:15. And that's 1:15 and they're not back. So zoom a little bit further. All right, they're coming around.
All right, everyone, please be seated. And Mr. Wood, did you tender the witness? I think that's okay. Mr. Donis? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's true that you're often hired by defendants, correct?
Not by defendants, no.
Or their lawyers
They're lawyers.
on behalf of defendants.
Yes, defense lawyers.
You charge $200 an hour, is that right?
My rate's $250 an hour, but some circuits only approve up to $200.
How about for this case?
For this case, it's $200 an hour.
And how many hours so far would you estimate you've worked on this case, not including today?
Ooh, that's a hard one.
Have you billed any so far?
I did. There was a break in this case going forward, and so
Sure.
I produced a bill a few years ago. So I'm going to estimate I've probably worked more than 30 hours on this case.
And that includes all of your interview times?
Yes,
Do you travel, do you charge for travel time?
I do.
And what's that rate?
$100 an hour.
How about when you're testifying in court? Is the rate the same?
It's $240 for actual time spent testifying.
Now, you discussed brain development on the direct examination. Are you a neuropsychologist?
I'm not.
Are you board certified in psychology?
No, I'm not.
What is board certification?
So in addition to being licensed, you could choose to participate in a specialty board, which means that you go through a period of undertaking education and then examination by other qualified professionals.
Have you attempted to do that?
Well, I did do the educational part of it, but I'm just very busy. I don't have time to continue that at this moment. I might pick that up later.
Now, if the defendant Hunter, of course, when I'm saying defendant, I know you're not involved at all in Troy Victorino's case, but so if his brain wasn't fully developed at 18, then you're saying that applies to all 18-year-olds, correct?
Well, I would say that what we know of the maturational process, the length of time it takes to fully form those areas in the brain, that would be for all 18-year-olds, yeah, the
Right.
biological maturation. Mhm.
Now, they don't all go out and brutally murder 6 people, right?
No, that's correct.
And Jerome Hunter was able to use his brain and plan the murders, correct?
Well, I would say that planning part of things, I would not agree that he is the one that planned it.
Well, he certainly participated
Yes.
in the planning.
He was asked if he was in to rough up the individuals that were in the home. That's
Sure.
not the same, in my opinion, as murdering them, but he agreed to rough them up.
How about suggesting to wear masks? Would that be assisting in the preparation?
That would be assisting in they were going to get their items back, and he did suggest and participate in masking for that.
Right, and that would be preparing.
Yes. Mhm.
And of course, he was able to plan how he was going to sell drugs. You testified he sold marijuana, correct?
He did. I mean, I can't comment on his plans regarding that, so I know that he did do that. He said
Right.
so.
Well, you'd have to have some plan, right? Some way to get customers, some way to meet customers, some way to get the product, deliver the product, collect the money. There's some sort of planning involved in that, right?
Unless someone's doing it for you. I don't know what level. He said he was just like he's not a kingpin, he's moving large quantities or anything of that nature. So
No,
Yeah.
but he was using drugs, right?
that's right.
And he was selling drugs.
That's right.
Now, you testified you met with Jerome at least 4 times, correct?
4 times is correct.
And it was twice in 2020 and twice in 2023, right?
That's right.
And so approximately how many hours did you spend with Jerome?
So that would be. It looks like over 8 hours, just a little over.
None of those were recorded
No.
and no one else was present?
No, I interviewed him about his history by myself.
And the defendant, Hunter, he knew you were coming to visit him, correct?
Yes,
And he knew you were hired by his lawyers, right?
that's right.
And he knew you were there to potentially help him, correct?
Well, what I say to a person when I meet them is I'm going to do an evaluation with you. It's confidential, and I don't have any preconceived ideas if you have something going on or not. I'm going to evaluate you. We'll see what we find, and I could be called to provide testimony. So he knew I could be called.
Will you agree with me that psychology is not an exact science?
I'd agree.
You often have to rely on what people tell you. Specifically, you have to rely on what Jerome Hunter is telling you, right?
It's definitely a source of information.
And he's not placed under oath, correct?
No,
You diagnosed him with a thought disorder, correct?
that's right.
And with schizophrenia?
So schizophrenia is a thought disorder.
Would you agree with me that talking to a deceased relative is not schizophrenia?
So it is not a criterion. What you would say is that the behavior or the symptom is auditory hallucinations. And so that is a criterion that might exist under like bereavement as an example. So the existence of that alone is not why I would diagnose schizophrenia.
Right. Now, he told you that he hears the voices of his brother inside his head. Is that correct?
Yes, he hears them as a conversation that he's having inside.
Isn't it true that with schizophrenia, typically one hears voices outside their head?
No, I wouldn't agree with that. And as a matter of fact, you can look it up even at the Cleveland Clinic as an example, and they will express that auditory hallucinations can occur in a variety of ways. Some people experience them as an interior process, meaning it's just within their head. Others experience it as a noise or voices that could occur outside of their head. So people have unique experiences.
You talked about how Jerome Hunter reported talking to his deceased brother. What examples of the thought disorder other than that did you observe?
So I also observed the disorganized speech. As I was explaining earlier today, the latency, so there's just a gap between his ability to put his thoughts into words and when he's able to express them. That's very notable. I also rated his experience of saying that's his brother when he is hearing an auditory hallucination as a delusion. So that's my clinical conclusion, that it is not his brother.
Fair enough. So it's those 2 things, though.
No, I mentioned 3 things so far. And then also his family's description of him being isolated. So pulling back from social interaction, especially when he's having the experience of auditory hallucinations. That's another indicator.
What time period are we talking about?
Well, they express
Isolation specific.
Oh, the isolation. Well, so that was reported by his father as occurring kind of at an earlier age. It was reported by his brother as occurring like as they approached the high school years. So those would be 2 different time frames that family members reported.
All right, let's talk about dad. Dad and mom, they divorced in 1988. Isn't that true?
I thought it was 89, but 88, 89.
Well, Annette Washington testified to that back in 2006. You read her trial testimony,
I
correct?
did. It's been a while,
And
but
if she said 1988, she would probably.
let's
No,
go with that.
right.
Sure.
Okay, so if she's divorcing in 1988, then Jerone Hunter is under 2 years old at the
He's-
time of the divorce, right?
That's right. He'd be,
And she leaves him, leaves the area, and goes back with her mom, right?
yes,
In Jennings, Florida.
yes,
She gets herself her own apartment for her and her boys, right?
yes,
She's not with the defendant with the father anymore.
at that time. Right.
Anymore. The next time is she meets Dave Washington, right?
She does. Mhm.
So Jerone's father, he has no memories of him, correct?
He met him again as a 15-year-old, so he knew who he was, and he has, social overlap with his dad.
Okay, well, growing up, because
Yeah.
the father told you that he saw the child, Jerone Hunter, talking to the deceased brother,
Yes.
right? And isolating himself, right?
That's right.
Well, that would be before he's 2 years old,
Or it would be in those young years, yeah.
right? Because mom leaves before Jerone's even 2 years old.
So again, that's before age 4. So as a toddler, so 2 is still in the toddler years.
Right, well, 2-year-olds, under 2-year-olds aren't typically talking a lot, are they?
Depends if you have precocious verbal development, you might be able to. They can say things like up to 3-word sentences is pretty typical for some 2-year-olds.
Did you hear anyone in Jerone's family saying he was a precocious, advanced child who had an extensive vocabulary at less than 2 years old?
Not all of that. No, certainly not.
Now, when you were speaking with Jerone, he was able to recall a lot of details about his childhood, correct?
Yeah, I would say because I saw him 4 times. So over the course of that period, I asked him a lot of questions, and so he was able to answer.
Right. He was able to give you a lot of details about elementary school, right?
No, he gave me some, but I would say that it would be not as replete as like maybe someone else might describe their school
He
experience.
remembered staying back and why he stayed back,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, that's right.
And he talked to you about church. He told you a lot about church, a lot of memories, right?
He did.
He told you a lot about his family.
He did.
He told you about girlfriends he had
He did.
in middle school and in high school,
Yes.
right? He told you about track in middle school
Yes.
and wrestling in high school.
That's right.
He did track in high school.
He did.
He did boxing,
We didn't talk about boxing,
All right.
wrestling, but not boxing.
football,
Yes.
JV. He made the JV wrestling team, right, in his freshman year.
Let me see if he told me that. He talked about his freshman wrestling. Yes.
Yeah,
Mhm.
right. He was able to give you a lot of details about his jobs.
Not really. No.
Well, he told you that he helped his brother. You mentioned KFC, but didn't he also tell you about helping his brother do insulation for a few years?
He did. Yeah. He
Yeah.
mentioned 2 things.
He had a lot of details for you about how he met Abby G, right?
He did.
He recalled all those details. He told you about his friendships with a kid named Brandon
He did.
and a kid named Josh Spencer,
That's right.
right?
Mhm.
He told you how he moved out of his house for a few months and then moved back in and then moved back out before the murders, right?
That's right.
He was able to recall all those details.
That's true.
He was able to talk to you and remember all the things about different drugs he's taken and who he was with and what drugs he was doing specifically with those people, right?
No, he didn't get very specific about those people or any of that. He just gave me a general overview of his drug use and that it tended to happen with peers.
Well, he told you he did lines with Troy Victorino.
That's as specific. Yes.
He was able to tell you the names of different streets, of different homes he lived in, right? Back in 2004.
Yeah, that's right.
And he was able to recall a lot of details about the days before the murder, right?
He had sufficient recall, meaning it's not like he didn't know anything about the days before. It wasn't really extremely specific. I mean, I sometimes talk to people that have great memory for what they had, who they met up with, where they went. And I don't think he explained it in that level of detail. But
And you talked on direct exam about how you guys did discuss the murders,
yes,
and he gave you a lot of details,
he
didn't he?
did. Mhm.
Well, tell us, what did he tell you about the murders?
All right. Well, if you allow me to read it, it would be
Certainly.
more complete. Okay. Okay, so he explained at first, that he doesn't have exactness for recall because sometimes it's hard for him to remember if he remembers it or if it's something that he's learned or read since the incident. But what
I'm sorry, I just want to ask a question about that.
Sure.
Was he expressing that just about the murders or just in general about everything that he's talking to you about?
He was saying about the incident itself and also, let's see here. So when he was describing that to me, he was describing that as occurring during the incident and then also during trial, that he could not identify if someone said something wrong. He couldn't recall with specificity. Was that right? Did I hear that? Did I remember that? So he questioned himself during trial too.
Okay, so I apologize, I interrupted you. You were gonna tell us what he told you about the murders.
And so he explained that, and I back up a little bit. I don't just go into the incident. I try to have people maybe start earlier. So that morning he said that he woke up and there was cocaine in the house from a friend named Henry, and he was already using. And Henry said that he left a few lines, meaning 4 lines of cocaine for them, meaning Mr. Hunter and Mr. Victorino. And so he said that they did some lines of cocaine and did some later on. And he said that 2 other individuals, I think his co-defendants, Anthony and Mike, were there present in the home, and that they drank beer. Then I guess there's a gap in time. Later they're getting picked up. He doesn't recall specifics of that pickup. He just knows they were supposed to get their stuff that was taken from the Providence house and rough them up. He said the plan was to get our stuff. I asked whose plan, and at that time he paused, he got quiet. He was looking up like he was interacting with his brother. That's consistent with how he looked other times when he was doing that.
Can I ask a question about that then?
Yes.
Did you stop and ask him about that?
If he was interacting with his brother.
Right.
So that's, yeah, so he gets quiet, he looks up, and that's why I wrote hearing his brother here. So I did ask him. And
So
that's
you
why I
did
noted-
ask him and he
Yes.
said yes.
Yes, that's
Okay.
why I noted it. All right, and so then he said, well, there were a few conversations originally, the conversation the night before or maybe earlier that day, because they were going to change cars. So he had a key from a female acquaintance who allowed him to just use the car as he wished. But it's her mother's car, as long as he put gas in it. But they went there to get the car, and he accidentally honked the horn in the driveway. So the mother came out and asked what he was doing there. And he asked if her daughter was home. All 4 of the co-defendants were present. They didn't use that car. Mike ran down the street to get, because his SUV was down the street. And so he said he interacted with some girls down the street. Continuing on, he said he didn't recall where they went directly after that, because that location where they interacted with the girls is not the site of the incident. So he doesn't know where they went directly after that. But at some point, they went there, meaning the site of the incident. He said he had bandanas and specified Mr. Victorino didn't use a bandana because he liked to smoke cigarettes, but Anthony and Mike talked about covering their faces to enter and get their stuff back. At some point, Mr. Victorino has us go up as a group to the back and look in, and that's when Mr. Victorino talks about splitting up. He said he's not sure, but the plan to go in the back, the door was locked. So at some point they go through the front door. There's a small porch and a screen door and a main door. And that's when Mr. Victorino kicked the door in. And the people inside were awake and watching television. And that's when they go in. I asked if he took weapons in the door. He said 4 baseball bats. And once inside, he learned that Mike had a blade.
That Mike had a blade?
A blade.
Okay.
He said, I don't recall exactly how everything happened because it was hectic. And he was super high. And he made a point to block everything out because it's a horrible situation. And truth be told, mentally, he doesn't know if he'd be able to handle having to remember all of that if he hadn't blocked it out. And then he reminded me he doesn't want to tell me details because it's mixed with what others have said. He gets confused. But what he does recall for sure is that Mr. Gleason was in a recliner and there was another guy on the floor who ran to the far back bedroom, and that there was an altercation with him and Mr. Gleason, who got up, and that he hit him a few times with the bat, not aiming, just to rough him up, to get him under control, to get their stuff and get out. But Mr. Gleason didn't go down. And then he left him to go help Anthony in a side room. And that would be, I believe, with the victim, Roman, who was trying to keep Anthony out. And he stated that he tried to push the door to go into that bedroom. The guy had a board or a stick that he was swinging on Anthony. To identify which victim it was, he explained that it was a lighter skin Latino. And that at some point, one of us knocked the stick out of the guy's hand, and Mr. Hunter said he hit him, and that Anthony hit him. Cannot recall exactly the details of what happened, but they stayed on him. And at some point, and he can't recall how or when they stopped, does not know. At some point, they were told to drag everybody out, and he doesn't know where he went, but he went looking for belongings. So they went there to get their stuff. He's going around. They're all looking for their belongings. And in the course of looking around for the belongings, he saw the things that the other co-defendants had done in the rooms with the other victims. He said they were just supposed to get their stuff back. He began crying when he was talking to me about this right here. He said it was shocking and painful. He had a range of emotions and pulling them all out when they're searching. And he went out of the house and he told the co-defendants on the outside that someone was in the closet, and he didn't go back in. At some point, they went to the car and then went back to the door to see if anyone was still in there, left, and then went back. And Mr. Victorino went back in for some reason. He can't remember what he said. And then he does remember the next instance that Mike came out of the home with a pitcher of red juice in his hand, carrying it out and saying, "Do you want some juice?" And he felt disgust because Mike seemed so unbothered. And he was bothered. He couldn't understand why Mike wasn't bothered, because 6 people lost their lives, lost their loved ones, lost their close friends and family. And he goes on to say that he feels like partially responsible, playing around scenarios. What could he have done to have stopped it? How could he have handled the situation? He was too shocked to cry. I didn't know. I was all over the place with emotions. I didn't know what to do with my emotions. I didn't know what I was supposed to do. And so after he told the people on the outside that the victim, Michelle, was in the closet, he stopped talking. He couldn't remember any more talking.
Okay. You just mentioned something there at the end of Michelle Nathan in the closet.
Yes.
So he told you that he saw her in the closet.
Yes,
Did you review his trial testimony?
I did.
Did you see that under oath he testified back in 2006 that he did not see Michelle Nathan in the house at all?
I do remember reading the trial transcript, and I do remember that he was asked that question in a compound way that included saying, "Did you see her?" and scream some verbal threat to her, which he said no. So I'm familiar with what you're saying.
Okay. Are you aware that he was asked that several times by several attorneys, and each time he denied ever seeing Michelle Nathan inside the house?
I'm sure I've read that trial transcript, and what I recalled of it is the part of the compound question.
You think he was just confused?
Well, I think that question was confusing because he wouldn't have agreed to both parts of that question.
He also told you that when he was interacting with Gleason, he was asking him where the items were, right? Jerome Hunter was asking
That's-
Gleason for the items.
That's right.
And he told you that he wasn't sure how many times he hit Mr. Gleason, correct?
That's right.
He also told you he turned, when he was assisting Anthony, he turned over his shoulder and turned around and saw that Troy was hitting Gleason in the head.
That's right.
Now, he also told you that he did stab Mr. Gleason. Isn't that correct?
Well, he said that he had a butter knife, which could not properly stab. So he did not ever break the skin.
You said a butter knife, but don't you mean a kitchen knife?
Well, that's the kind that's not sharp enough to injure.
Well, did he say kitchen knife or did he tell you butter knife?
Hmm.
In deposition, you told me he said kitchen knife.
Okay. Well, I should have said butter because that's the kind of kitchen knife that's not sharp enough. So that, in my mind, as I was answering, that's what I intended.
Well, check your notes. What did he tell you?
I can't recall.
Do you have a note there? I mean, that would be pretty important, right?
Yeah.
If he's admitting to stabbing Mr. Gleason.
It's not part of the narrative that I just read, so I'm not sure.
He told you that others had discussed slitting the throats of the victims and he didn't have any knives. He came with the bat, correct?
That's right.
So he attempted to use a kitchen knife.
Right.
And he said that he did puncture Mr. Gleason, but then the kitchen knife is not a sufficient object and he's not so skilled with the knife and it broke in some manner, correct?
That it didn't puncture. It wasn't working.
Didn't you say in your deposition that he told you it did puncture, but then it broke?
Well, my communication in my depo may have said that, but what I'm communicating is that he was not effective with that kitchen knife. So that he was not effective in stabbing. Therefore, he didn't continue. He only brought a bat, not like a knife in the sense of the other stabbing that's been described in the medical.
Have you read the police reports in this case?
No, I have not.
Are you aware that there was a knife found in the living room?
Yes.
Broken?
Yes.
Not a butter knife?
I know that there were there's a knife found on the property, and I know that there's a description of another knife, which was not on the property, that was in the possession of Mr. Victorino. So I
No,
know
but
about 2 knives.
I'm asking you if you're aware that there was a broken knife found near Mr. Gleason's body.
I think from the trial transcript, that's I'm aware of, not the police report.
Okay. And it was a kitchen knife, but not a butter knife.
Okay,
No, I'm asking, are you aware of that?
I'm learning or recalling from you. I must have been aware of it because I've read the trial transcript.
Okay. You reviewed Mr. Hunter's school records, correct?
I did.
Did you see anything in there about any mental health treatment?
No, these are like transcripts and FCAT reports, things of that nature. It may not be called FCAT at that time. That was several years ago, but that would be the equivalent of like a Florida standardized test. The school entry records, like his address, it's not like a record that would include a psychosocial history or something.
But these records were provided by his attorneys, right?
That's right.
So they're trying to order all school records that they can possibly get their hands on to assist their client, right? And they're providing it to you to look for mitigation, correct?
They're providing them to me for my review, if this is my opinion.
Sure.
Mhm.
I didn't mean to imply you were just saying anything that they wanted you to say. I just mean they're giving you these records to help you form your opinions.
That's right.
And they are hoping that they find mitigation in those records, right?
I'd agree.
So they provided you presumably everything they had. They wouldn't have held back the records, right?
Agreed.
So in the records you do have from the school,
Mhm.
you don't see anything in there about abuse, physical abuse, marks left on Jerome Hunter, correct?
No, it's like the transcript or the standardized test.
Sure. And so, and then nothing about any sort of mental health or counseling.
No, not part of the school record.
Now, you did see something in there for Alicia Hunter, right?
Right. So Alicia Hunter, that's his brother, had an IEP. So in developing an IEP for a learning disability, usually what that will entail is it'll activate like a team together. So there'll be people like a social worker, a school meeting, parents involved, called in, all of those sources of information. And that would generate a lot of documentation. And so sometimes you will see things like the psychosocial history, those kinds of things.
Sure. So you saw some of that for Alicia, but none of that for Jerome.
That's right. He did not have an IEP workup.
And his brother has had some mental health treatment.
Well, at that time, it was his IEP workup was not for the mental health issue. It was a learning disability. And yes, he has had treatment for schizophrenia, so psychiatric care.
In the records for either brother there,
Mhm.
you didn't see anything about how Jerome Hunter was talking to his deceased brother, correct?
No, I did not.
And Jerome has not had any mental health treatment ever, including up through today, for talking to his deceased brother, correct?
I would agree.
Do you know who Iris Nadeau is?
I'm not familiar with that
The
name.
woman that he lived with for a couple months after he moved out of his home? Does that sound familiar?
It might. He said he lives with a girlfriend, so he gave me a few girlfriends' names, so I might be confusing which girlfriend it is.
He had a few girlfriends.
He did.
He also had a lot of friends, didn't he?
By the time that he reached like his sports association, I think that those teammates became friends of his.
Sure. And he was on a lot of different teams,
He
right?
was.
In fact, his coach in high school, Todd DeNoyer, he coached him for a couple of sports, freshman and sophomore year, right?
Yes.
And he saw him all 4 years of high school, right?
Well, he didn't go to 4 years of high school because the incident happened before his last year.
Fair enough. He saw him all 3 years of high school.
Yeah,
all,
his high
all the
school
time that Jerome was there in high school, right?
Right.
And he reported in his deposition, you reviewed it, right?
I'm not sure if I've reviewed that deposition.
He reported that he didn't see Jerome ever talking to him.
She's asking the question, but she already said she had reviewed.
So I would ask you to rephrase, Mr. Gomez. Thank you. You said you weren't sure if you reviewed it. Is that correct?
I do not recall reviewing that.
Okay. Do you recall hearing about his coach in high school? Do you recall Todd DeNoyer's name?
Yes, I do.
And did you review any materials that discuss what he reported?
I don't recall.
Let's assume Todd DeNoyer reported that all through high school, he did not see Jerome Hunter talking to what appeared to be himself or to his deceased brother. Would that change your opinion in any way?
No, because at some point when Mr. Hunter became a little bit older, he became aware after having a girlfriend that that act of talking to himself made him very weird. And so the feedback from his girlfriend that like people don't do this, he's not apt to show that easily around other people. So it's not surprising in a high school situation, particularly around peers, that you would be doing that. He's gotten feedback that's weird from a peer.
So you're saying he told you he was purposely not wanting other people to know about it, so he was able to hide it?
Yes, at some point in that age range, he was doing that.
And how about his cousin, Travaris Bowles, who spent a lot of time with Jerone Hunter? They were a month apart. Have you heard about that cousin?
I spoke to him on the phone.
Okay. And he told you then that he never saw Jerone Hunter talking to himself or his deceased brother growing up, correct?
I think that's correct. Mhm.
And he spent a lot of time with him at the church, right?
Let me see. So my telephone conversation with Tavares Bowles is short. He was talking about his elementary school behaviors, being very close to him, looking up to him, his nickname of Needle Legs. Needle Legs is what he called
Objection,
him.
Your Honor. She's not responding to my question. My question was specific.
Okay, so could you please restate the question and we'll just direct you to answer that. Thank you.
Yes.
It's true that the cousin, Tavares Bowles, they were close, and he never told you about seeing his cousin talking to his deceased cousin.
I would agree. In that brief call, he did not bring it up.
And Annette Washington, Jerone's mother, she thought it might actually be an imaginary friend. Did you read that in her deposition?
Yes, I think I'm aware of that she thought it could be at some point, but she also identified that he said it was his brother, and that became her belief too.
Sure.
Mhm.
And she also said that he stopped talking to his deceased brother in high school, right?
Not when I met with her.
Okay. Did you read her deposition?
I think so.
Do you recall her saying that in her deposition?
I don't recall, but if it's there, I'll believe you. It just might be different when I saw her and talked to her at length.
Okay. You testified on direct exam that Elijah, Jerone's brother, was kicked out. Is that right?
Alicia. Yes.
Alicia.
Mhm.
But that's not what he told you, did he?
Just a moment. I have a lot of notes here. I'd be glad to find it and
Sure.
clarify.
Take your time, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah, so he said the stepdad didn't want him to come back. And so he just moved out and didn't tell them. So I would say that's the same as being kicked out. He's told the stepdad doesn't want you to come here in your own home. That's being kicked out.
He didn't tell you that he moved out because he felt his parents were too strict. He was 18 and he decided to move out?
He did describe that they were too strict. And so all of those things that the stepdad said, he doesn't want him to be there, that the parents were strict, and that he just moved out.
And he just moved out. That's not being
He said-
kicked out, is it?
I would definitely say that if your stepdad tells you that you are not to be there, that's kicking you out
Because you're not going to follow the rules.
for whatever reason. Yeah.
Right. Did you review Alicia's trial testimony back in 2006?
I believe so.
There, he didn't say that he actually was kicked out, right?
If you have it for my reference, I'd be glad to review it. I haven't looked at that for quite a while.
Sure. Can I push the witness?
You may.
Give me just a second. I'll direct you where to go.
Okay, thank you.
Page 4656.
All right, I think I found where you're referencing.
So you see there, he's just saying, they said, why did you move out of Dan and Mom's house? Was it because of Dan? The response was, I ain't pointing fingers at nobody, just I felt it was too strict. So you felt like you were 18 years old and it was time to move out on your own? Yes, sir.
Yeah, so that's what he said then. And when I interviewed him, he said that stepdad had told him he's not to be there.
Now, you also testified on direct that Jerone was kicked out because he was late for strict curfew.
Yes.
Did you review his mom's sworn testimony from 2006 before a jury where she testified he was dropped off at work and just didn't come home?
I do remember reading that. Yes, so he is not there at the time. He's supposed to be in.
So he just didn't come home all night,
Right,
right?
that's
He
true.
didn't come home from work.
Agreed.
That's not, they're kicking him out because he was late for a curfew, right? He just didn't come home.
Well, there's a curfew. He did not come home, so that is true. He's not following their rule of the curfew at 10 o'clock, and that is the whole story of that. Meaning, there's a decision as to what time these boys need to be home. At that point, it's just Mr. Hunter. He does not come home.
Yeah, but you testified that he was kicked out.
Well, he's not following that rule, and that's what allows you to live in that house is following the rules. So that is what Annette said, that she has strict rules of the house. That when I interviewed the sisters about that and Kanoa, all of them were talking about a very strict childhood, which would include following the rules of the house exactly.
Now, this first time, mom says he came home 3 days later, and it's after I called the police.
Yes.
So that's not kicked out. She's trying to locate him. She's getting the police to help get her son back, right?
Well, he's not there at the time. So I agree. Then she calls the police 3 days later. And if he had tried to go back after that 10 o'clock, he was not going to be able to go in. He cannot go in. That's the rule of the house.
Okay. Now, the next time you're saying he leaves, he broke, you say again, he broke curfew. Is that right?
Right.
Now, didn't Dan drop him off where he was supposed to find a job? And then Jerone called his mother and said, I'm sleeping out over a friend's house?
I think there was something like that.
That's not breaking curfew, right? He's saying, Mom, I'm not coming home.
Well, the dropping off at the day of the work and then not coming back, that's different.
Yeah, that's not getting kicked out. That's you didn't come home.
Well, if he had tried to go home after that 10 o'clock, he is not welcome there. That's the rule.
But what are you basing that on? Mom said, he called and said, I'm sleeping over a friend's house. It wasn't like, Mom, can I sleep at a friend's house? No, Jerone, come home.
Mhm.
There wasn't that conversation. It was, Mom, I'm staying over at a friend's house. And then he just doesn't come home.
Correct. He's not following the rules of the house. And so he cannot live there. And that's what the discussion is that I had with his family members about that, just that he's not following the rules of the house. So I would say that we're consistent in that he's supposed to come home. And so if he's not going to come home by that time, he cannot be there.
Okay. Now, he did have people, once he did move out at 18, he did have people that he could go live with, correct?
Yeah. At least, a couple of days here, a couple of days there.
But you kind of shook your head like
Yeah.
not a real possibility. But didn't his brother Alicia move out and he had his own place?
His brother was moving in with a cousin. And so he had a place. Yes. And that was exactly kind of the reason that the mom didn't want him to associate with his brother, because she had already said that that was like a negative environment for her own beliefs about what they were doing.
So clearly Jerone didn't care about what his mom said. He already left on his own.
Yes, but he didn't try to live with his brother.
Right, but he could have.
Well, I mean, I guess he cared what his mom said, right? That would be the answer to that, is that he did not reside with his brother. He stayed in other places.
Well, if he cared what mom said, he would have made curfew.
Well, I would agree with that. Sure.
He also had his cousin, Tavares Bowles. The one he was close with, he had his own place. He moved out at 18 and he had his own place too, right?
He did, but he didn't stay with him.
Right. Jerone didn't, but had he asked his cousin would have let him stay with him.
So the point of I guess what you're saying is that he had opportunities to live with family. And I'm pointing out that he had other places that he found that were not, I mean, certainly his mother or his family probably would have preferred he stayed with family, but he has these other less secure places he's staying. It's
Right.
like
He made a
place to
conscious
place.
decision to move in with Troy Victorino. He could have stayed with his brother. He could have stayed with his cousin. He decided to live with Troy Victorino.
That's true.
Right? And get kicked out from house to house.
That's right.
And squat somewhere.
Right.
The physical discipline you testified about on direct, it ended by the time the boys got to high school, correct?
15, I think, was the last instance of beating. That.
Who said 15?
It's in one of the family interviews.
Well, what did Elijah tell you? Or Alicia? I apologize.
That's okay.
I
That's
have
okay.
trouble. It's Elisha. You're saying Alicia, but I've
Right.
had pronunciations Alicious from the family.
And they say Lish when they're talking about him to me, so I understand what you're saying. Okay, so what did Alicia say about the last instance of beatings? don't see that he gave like a year or anything like that. I'm not
Did you ask
seeing-
him when his parents stopped disciplining him physically?
I don't know. I didn't write an answer, so I may not have asked him that particular question.
Did you ask him where he was struck with objects?
Alicia? No.
Did you ask him whether there were any marks left on him?
Let's see.
If it helps in your deposition, you said no.
I think that's the correct answer then because I'm not seeing it in my note either.
You didn't ask him whether he cried?
Alicia? No, I didn't.
Correct. Now, you read his deposition, right?
I think so.
And he told you it was both parents, mom and Dan, the stepdad, and they used their hand and they used a belt, correct?
Yes.
He didn't say anything about any object that they could get their hands on.
So Alicia didn't say that.
Correct. That's what I'm asking you about.
All right.
Right.
I would agree if you're saying
Okay.
it's in the deposition.
He said hand and belt, right?
Yes.
And in his deposition, he said on his body,
Okay.
right?
As if it's in the deposition.
Okay. And he said that is where he saw his brother get hit as well, right?
If it's in the deposition.
Well, you must have asked him, right? Where did you see your brother getting hit?
I think you already asked me that, and I said I didn't ask him.
No, where Alicia got hit. But did you ask him about Jerone?
No.
Did you ask what he saw Jerone getting hit with?
No.
Did Annette tell you that she spanked her boys or hit her boys?
I think so. Let's see.
And you read her trial testimony
I did.
and her deposition?
I think so.
And she talks about the discipline. It was both her and Dan. It
Yes.
wasn't like Dan did it all. He's a stepfather. He does it all. They both shared responsibility for the discipline, right?
Right. That's what Jerome Hunter said too.
And she said, I would use my hand and a belt,
Mhm.
right?
Yes, that's right.
She didn't say I used any object I could get my hand on.
That's not how she described it.
Right. And Alicia told you he never had any marks on him, right?
I don't think so.
And in his deposition, that's what he said. He said he never
Okay.
even cried from it. It didn't even hurt, right?
In the deposition.
Right. He said the discipline was fair.
That's not unusual because that's actually
Ma'am, if Mr. Wood wants to follow up and ask you about the psychology of it, that's fine. But my question is, he never told, he said in his deposition, the discipline was fair.
if it's in the deposition.
And he said he would brush it off because he knew he was wrong.
Right.
I'm going to predict that Mr. Rhodes is testifying himself.
But in your professional opinion, Annette physically abused her sons, right?
I would say that it's Mr. Washington's abuse that Mr. Hunter is describing as out of proportion, or there's just, if there's a need for discipline, what he did was beyond that. So I would say that my clinical opinion is that Mr. Washington was doing physical abuse.
And you're basing that off what Jerone Hunter told you.
Well, that both boys are saying that these, punishments existed. And also, when I spoke to his cousin, that in the manner that the children were disciplined is consistent with how their church did it,
Which cousin?
Kanoa.
Okay.
And so I'm basing it on the report that these actions did occur, and as described, that if it's in excess of whatever it is that they did wrong, it's more than discipline. So that's my opinion, that it would enter the arena of abuse then.
Well, speaking of that, Alicia said in his deposition when he was disciplined for not paying attention at church, let's say.
Yes.
He was grounded in his room for a few days for a week, right?
Let's see. He said more than that.
In his deposition.
Oh, in his deposition, he may have said that. When I talked to him, it's about like getting smacked if you don't pay attention in church.
You mean smack there in church?
Mhm.
Like, hey, pay attention.
Yes.
Not beating him with the belt there in
Right.
church.
Well,
It's just a smack, pay attention.
I'm limited, I guess, in answering the question as asked. So I'll just leave it at, yes, I'll agree.
Well, and did you ask him for follow-up?
About if he was beaten in the church.
Yeah, when you're saying he was expressing to you, if I didn't pay attention,
Mhm.
then I would get smacked.
Well, the information that I have on that topic isn't from Alicia. It's from the description that even the church members would engage in beating. So that if they were babysitting these children, they had permission to engage in physical punishments of them, which some church members did do.
Did you speak with someone who specifically told you, I saw Alicia getting beat in church?
No.
Did you speak with anyone who specifically said, I saw Jerome Hunter getting beat in church?
Not that I can remember.
So these are just people talking about generally in that church what could happen.
Or what did happen.
Right,
Yes.
but mom didn't go to the same church she went to growing up, right?
That's right.
She had separated from that, right?
The church of her childhood had similar problems and limitations to the church that she then participated in when she's raising her own children.
And mom wasn't going to be as restrictive. She was restrictive, certainly, but not as restrictive as she was growing up, right? For instance, she let her kids play sports, and she wasn't allowed to play sports when she was growing up.
Right. Or wear pants or things of that nature.
Right.
Sure.
When we're talking about these excessive restrictions, as you're calling them, what ages?
So that would begin coming back, I guess, after the separation of the Washingtons. So let me see if I can. try to narrow down.
1991, and then 1993 when he comes back.
1993 sounds correct. I was thinking 4, but that's
Yeah,
what
he
I was
gets married in
saying.
91.
Right.
A couple years in. Let's talk about that. So mom,
Mhm.
her brother dies, right?
Yes.
He was hit by a garbage truck.
Right.
And also she's dealing with the loss of her brother, and her husband has a drug problem.
That's right.
She's overwhelmed.
Correct.
She has depression, right?
Yes.
She gets Baker acted for 3 days, 3 to 5 days.
I testified earlier. I can't say I was certain it was a Baker Act, but she was detained she
Okay.
was in a psychiatric
Do you
hospital.
remember reading that in her trial testimony?
Not by memory right this
Okay.
moment, but if that's true, I know she was in a psychiatric hospital.
And then got treatment. She had outpatient treatment for like 6 to 12 months. Does that sound familiar?
I think so.
Okay. And then there's no more mental health issues where she's seeking treatment since then, right?
Just a moment, please, because I thought I saw.
You'd mentioned, take your time, but you'd mentioned earlier some stuff before with her ex-husband.
Yes. So just a moment, please. Okay. So I wanted to double check because I saw she had repeated admissions to the emergency room. So that has to do with something more neurological in nature. So I would agree. I don't think that I have any further records of her psychiatric care after that.
Okay. So 1993 would have been the last. Now,
Well, did you say 6 to 12 months after? So 94.
right. Now, Annette, she told you that, and you heard from the boys, they had to go to church a lot,
Yes.
right? And that was if they weren't doing a school activity. I'm talking about in high school. But if they had a school activity, a sport event, something like that, then they were allowed to go to that. But if you weren't, then you're coming to church.
That's right.
And it was what, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays typically.
Typically, right.
Now, mom, she's of course trying to keep her boys from drinking,
Right.
and selling marijuana, right? So there's nothing excessive about trying to, hey, you boys, if you're not going to, and working, they were allowed to work, right?
Yes.
And they wanted them to work.
Yes.
And if they weren't working, doing some school event, then they needed to be at church, right?
That's right.
And he had a curfew. Jerome had a curfew at midnight, right? He's in high school.
Well, I think at some point it was 10 p.m. So it may be midnight for a period of time, but at some point maybe that was the conflict that it was 10 o'clock, which you couldn't really do anything in high school and be back by 10 o'clock.
And who told you it was 10?
I think it was Mr. Hunter.
Okay, Jerome Hunter.
Yes.
And one of the other ways that they would get in trouble, or their punishment, was they would be sent to their rooms. They would be grounded in their rooms, right?
That's right.
So it was the spankings or hitting on the butt, I'll say. I don't want to minimize it with spankings, but hitting on the hand, depending on who you're talking to, but the hand or the belt on the butt, right?
Struck with a belt.
Right. Because Jerome Hunter, did he tell you that it was hit by his mom or Dan any other place other than his butt? I know you didn't ask him, but did he volunteer it?
I didn't ask Alicia Hunter. Let's see. So if you could repeat your question so I make sure I answer the right one.
Sure. Did you ask Jerone Hunter whether he was hit, where he was hit with the belt or any objects that he told you he was hit with?
No, so I have what she used to hit him with, or what Mr. Washington used to hit him with, but not where.
Okay, so as you sit here today, you have no idea if it was only on his butt or if he was smacked across the face with a shoe.
I don't have any external reference for that.
Now, did you ask Jerone Hunter what positive things there were about his childhood, what his family did?
Yes,
Did he have something?
he did. Yes, a lot of things.
What did he tell you?
Well, they traveled, so they tried to do family activities together, including traveling. He also described spending time with his cousins as very positive for him. He really enjoyed that. He also enjoyed that he spent time with his grandparents after school, so that was a very positive thing for him. He described that his parents cared about his school performance. So some parents don't really care if their kids attend school or not, but his did. And so he described that as a positive. Let's see. I think those are pretty much the positives that he described.
Yeah, and they had these big family dinners every Sunday.
Well, I would say that he was describing being around his cousins a lot. So that would be one place that he interacted with them. But he was only supposed to be interacting with kids that were in the church or family. So
Which was pretty extensive, right?
It
He had a
was.
lot of family in the church, a lot of extended family.
agreed.
He had his mom's sisters and all of their kids
I don't know if all of them, but yeah, there were a lot of cousins.
who
So,
lived around him and have been supportive.
right.
And he traveled to Canada and New York with his family, right?
Yes,
He went to Gatorland,
I think so. Or
the
some kind of theme park.
fair and theme parks like Universal.
Right.
He did not report any sexual abuse.
No.
He didn't complain about clothing or having food on the table. That was always provided for him.
That's right. Even though Mr. Washington was spending their money on crack, he remembers that his mom always made sure that they had clothes and shoes and things like that.
Sure. And that was only a relatively short period of time, right? We're talking, it was at most a couple of years.
Right.
Because they get married in 91. 93 is the drug problem. And then they're only separated like 6 weeks, right?
I thought it was a little longer than that, but
And if a little longer, then they're back together. He's not using drugs anymore. They
Right.
reconcile,
they do.
and they've been together since.
They have.
He was able to go fishing. He loved fishing, right?
Yeah.
He was able to draw. He loved drawing,
Yes, he's a good artist. And the school records included some of his artwork.
and he did. Did he talk to you about the video production he did with his coach?
Do you remember seeing that was something that he was supposed to do, and he was completing that, I think, when he was later in his high school years?
And he was able to go to the youth group with the coach, not even affiliated with his own church, but he was able to do that.
That's right.
So he sought out more church things.
Yes.
And the church wasn't all that bad for the boys, right? It had a stabilizing, consistent effect.
I mean, there's positives and negatives of anything. So I would say that the support network, including so many people his own age, is positive. And I agree with, as you characterized it a few minutes ago, not participating in other worse things because you were spending time in an environment that's religious versus like being on the street doing something worse. So,
Right. And Alicia Jr., he now sees some value from going to church and the restrictions, right?
yes, and his cousin also,
Yeah.
Kanoa.
Tavares.
Kanoa.
Oh, Kanoa also.
Yes.
No further questions, John.
Mr. Wood?
Yes. including photo.
Yes, sir.
Let me kind of go back to a few questions that were asked of you by Mr. Godas for just 1 second. And I know that, so a couple of, I'm not sure if the jury would know what an IEP is. You referenced an IEP with regard to Alicia. What does that mean in terms of like school protocol, the school process of helping a child out?
Sure. So an IEP is an individualized educational plan, and it's developed after there is some measured or observed deviation from like the average performance of that grade level. So if your child enters second grade, but they're performing at a grade level, generally it takes about 2 years of low grades or poor performance to activate the school to really delve into it and set up some kind of formal evaluation to see if interventions are needed. And if there's some testing involved and there is a recommendation that services are needed, then that the school is required to formalize how are they going to address these weaknesses and try to make a kind of level playing field for your child to ameliorate these deficits. So like if you need extra reading help, then that whatever the topic is, if they have a learning disability, for instance, that plan, the individualized education plan, will have very specific tasks that anyone that's a teacher or administrator interacting with that child is supposed to be able to, follow. Basically, if they need reading intervention, it's very specific at like a certain number of minutes per week to meet a measured goal. So it's a very rigorous plan that there's measured progress, and it's something that a person gets reevaluated on year to year.
So how is it initiated? Is it initiated by school staff?
So
School
that's,
council?
may I inquire, was there an IEP for Mr. Hunter or was this for his brother?
It was his brother, but I'm going to connect it to Mr. Jerome
Okay.
just meant.
Thank you.
So in terms of initiating an IEP, how is that done? Is that by school staff? Is that by counselors? Is it by parents? How is it done? Initiated?
Well, so my knowledge of this is in doing the psychoeducational testing that results would be offered for the IEP team. And then I've sometimes participated gone to these IEP development meetings. So when I've been in those situations, the referral can come in from a variety of ways. A parent can notice that there's poor performance and request further intervention or evaluation. So that's one way. Most often it's the teacher noticing low grades or some kind of difficulty that's observable. And so then making the recommendation to like the guidance department for evaluation. So most of the time it comes from the teachers.
So with regard to Jerone Hunter, do you know if his parents, Annette in Washington, or any other persons had initiated a request for an IEP for Jerone?
I don't think so.
Do you know if his parents, Annette or Dan, Jerone's parents, ever asked the school system to provide Jerone with any mental health services at all?
Let me double check. I don't know if I can answer that question with the interview data that I have. Let me check. I think the answer is no, because they didn't perceive him as having a mental health problem per se.
You talk about the parents.
Yes.
Okay. So let me go back to kind of the earlier questions in this regard to that. So when you're in it, asked you about and recorded interviews with Jerone, do you typically record your interviews or evaluations?
No, that would not be typical.
And is there a reason for that?
I mean, it's not a sort of disputed interview situation. I'm going to meet with the person several times. If I recorded it, it would be because maybe I wouldn't be able to recall what was said, but I'm taking notes. So I personally don't need to rely on a recording. I don't need it for any purpose.
Okay. And when you talk to Jerone about the incident itself, the murders, the details of the murders, are you acting as an interviewer for the police?
Oh, no, certainly not. I'm a psychologist, not a
So your
law person.
focus is on what mitigation, what psychological issues, what mental health issues are there with the patient, with the defendant?
So my focus is trying to assess the psychological influences that are occurring as the event is transpiring. Even though we're not raising insanity in this case, or any, there was no indication that we're going after those statutes for insanity at the time of the offense. The process of interviewing for like, how was the person feeling? What might motivate them to engage in certain behaviors or choices? That's my area of inquiry. Whether that's mitigating or not, that would be after the attorney, here's what I know, and you might decide to call me for mitigation. But there's plenty of times I interview a person about what happened, and I am not called for testimony. And that's fine too.
Okay. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. May she be excused, Mr. Wood?
I don't know if Ms. Sammons,
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Sammons. I've asked you a couple. You're welcome to. Do you have any questions?
do not have any questions.
Thank you.
I'm going to just wait. for the-
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, so may she be released?
Yes.
All right, ma'am, thank you very much for your time. And Mr. Wood, your next witness.
Allison Nadu. Mr. Wood, what was the last name, sorry? Nadu, Allison Nadu.
Okay, so I don't know what we're doing here. Let's see what they're doing. I think they were fixing to call a next witness. Oh, this is the grandma. Let me back up just a minute.
Were they,
All right, I'm gonna let it play because this is the lady, and I think this lady is the one that owned the house or something. I just kind of something says kind of it is individual education. Yeah, okay. So they do have something like that. So that's cool, Hannah, because I was just curious. Curiosity gets me, things are so different between here and there. So I asked Katya questions because I'm just curious. She's been talking for a while. Who's been talking? I had to back it up. I know. Okay.
You might have to adjust that a little bit. Okay, for you. There you go. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Wood?
thank you. Ma'am, if you would tell the jury your full name, please.
Rosen Naito,
Okay. For the benefit of the court, can you spell your last name, please?
Naibu.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am. So, where do you currently live?
The whole address or just the
Just the
city?
city.
St. Cloud.
Did there come a time in your life, in years past, where you had contact in another city, Deltona, with Jerone?
Yes.
And tell the jury how it is. Well, first of all, do you have a son named Esau?
Isan, yes.
Okay. And what's his last name?
Robinson,
Okay. And did your son go to Pine Ridge High School at some point?
yes.
And did your son at some point go to high school with Jerone Hunter?
Yes.
And were they in the same grade together?
I think so. They were all school friends, yes.
So did there come a time when Jerone ever stayed with you?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that. How did that come to pass?
They were high school teenagers at that time. And my son approached me. He said Jerome was not getting along so well with his parents at that time and needed a place to stay and asked if he could stay with us.
Okay.
And I allowed him to.
And this was in a residence in Deltona?
Yes.
So at that time, did you know Jerome before your son had mentioned him?
Yes, yes, he was his school friend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did Jerome come over to your house and did you meet him there?
Yes, my home, Jerome and my Isan and his school friends, they all would come to visit at my home from time to time and quite often.
How long after you first met him, roughly, did he come to actually stay with you, Jerome?
I really can't remember a time frame because they were attending high school, and so
If you don't know, I'm very
yeah, I'm trying to reprocess that question you asked. I knew him for a while before he came to live with us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me ask it this way. So at the time that your son asked if it's okay for Jerome to stay over, was it just your son and yourself living at the residence?
Yes.
Were you working back then?
Yeah.
What were you doing?
I'm a nurse.
Are you still a nurse?
I'm still a nurse.
Okay, very good. All right. So did your son Esau play sports back then?
Yes.
All right. What kind of sports?
He played football and basketball.
Did Jerome play sports with your son at the same time, or do you know?
I can't remember if Jerome played, but they were all together at that time period. There were 4 of them, and they were all going to school and coming home at that time.
Had you ever met Jerome's brother, Alicia?
No.
Okay. Had you ever met Jerome's parents?
No.
Okay. So were you okay with Jerome staying over Travis?
I was okay. My home was a safe haven for all of my son's friends. They would come they would eat snacks, they would do homework, and go to their various homes. So it wasn't unusual.
So before Jerome stayed, came to stay at your house, you had other kids?
All the
spend nights
time,
there?
all the time, the whole football team.
All right. Do you have a big house?
Well, it was 3 bedrooms, living room.
So Jerome does come to spend the night?
Yeah.
Okay. And did he have like his own bedroom or how did that work?
No, I had a guest room, Isan's room and my room. So the kids had the 2 rooms on that side of the house and I had my room.
Okay.
So
Do you remember how long Jerome stayed with you?
he stayed a little over a month, I would say. It's been a long time, but I think it was a little over a month.
All right. And how did Jerome act when he was over at your house?
Jerome was the quietest person as a teenager. He came very quiet, did the things that the teenagers did, but he was the quieter of them.
Quiet teenager.
He was very quiet. I had no problem with Jerome. He would wake up, get ready for school, and just quiet, very quiet.
So did Jerome, was he continuing to go to school or did he go to school while he stayed with you?
I think so. I think they all went to school together and did school activities. See, I worked and I went to school during the day myself. So being there right with them all the time was very limited time.
Would you like eat meals together?
I cooked meals, eating together, like sitting down at a table. No, I was a single parent, so we didn't have much sitting down at the table time, but they did have meals.
Did you, when Jerome stayed with you, did he write any poetry or poems?
That was one of the most remarkable things I remember about Jerome. Mostly every day, he wrote a poem. He would write, and he would show me these beautiful poems that he wrote.
Okay. And did you, were there on particular types of poems or subjects or?
If I remember, I used to wonder if he had a little crush on one of his high school friends and he was too shy because he was so quiet. He was so shy to talk to the girls and he would express it with the writing because they were just beautiful.
Did this happen like frequently when he was staying?
Almost every day he would show me 2 or 3 times a week. He would show me what he wrote on a paper. And I so regret I never kept them, but I would praise him and give it back to him because it was his poem, his writing, and they were beautiful.
How did Jerome act when you would review the poems, give them back to him? Did he have a reaction or say things to you?
I would remember him just smiling after I gave him and praised him on it, and he would smile in a happy way that he was happy that I praised him on the poem. And I genuinely liked his writing and his expressions.
Did during the time that Jerome was at your house, did you have any problems with him all? Discipline, bad talk, anything like that?
No, never had I had reason to scold him or none of that. And I say how quiet he was, but that did not stop him from interacting with his other friends. He was a typical teenager. He laughed, he talked, but like the other teenagers would be, and Jerome was more on the quiet side.
Did he appear to get along with the other teens that came over that?
As far as I know, yes, I've never had any complaint that they weren't getting along.
How about things like, was he, was he messy? Was he trashing any part of the house? Was he, would he clean up? How was he like living?
So I guess I was blessed with a responsible son. because I was out so often, school and work. I relied on them to make their beds up, keep the home tidy, and not have dishes in the sink. That was one of my biggest pet peeves, dishes in the sink. And so, to be honest, I don't remember if they took turns in washing up and cleaning up their mess, but it was never something that created an issue for me because they cleaned up after themselves. Now, if I stuck my head in the bedrooms, I can't tell you that I know that their beds were always made up, but they kept the house in fairly decent, clean condition, not to create an issue for me.
When Jerome first started spending the night at your house, did you make any contact with his mother, Annette?
Yes, I did.
And tell us about that.
So I remember calling Jerome's mom because I didn't want her to feel I was encouraging him to stay away from his home. So I called her to let her know, one, that he was here with me and my son, and the second thing was that he was safe. And so I guess her reaction as a parent, she was mad at Jerome. And so it wasn't warm and fuzzy, but at least she knew that he was there with us and safe.
Do you remember, I know it's been a long time ago, but do you remember the words that Annette said to you when you were having this discussion?
I can't remember specifically the words, but I remember the context. It was like, if he wants to be there, you can keep him. He can stay there. Not in a very happy way.
Did she ever say anything like, well, he better get his butt over here, or he's got to come back to the house, or he's got to leave your house right away? Did she disapprove of Jerome staying with you?
I don't know that she disapproved of him staying at me, but she did disapprove of him not being at his home.
Right. So there eventually, was there eventually a time when Jerome stopped living at your house?
Yes.
And I think you had said earlier he stayed with you about a month, is that right?
Yeah, a month, a little over a month. It wasn't very long, but long enough to experience his living with us.
And do you know, did Jerome say in advance, ahead of time, hey, I'm leaving? Did he give you any kind of advance warning or communication?
Gosh, it wasn't like sit down and talk, I'm leaving, no.
Do you know where Jerome went after he left your house?
I don't know a physical place that he went to, but I know when he came, it was understood that there was another adult, like if I remember, and I'm not sure I'm so accurate with this, but that adult was involved in the church because I think his dad was involved with the church, was a pastor. And that adult was trying to find him a more permanent place to be. And so I know of the individual, but I don't know, I don't know who that person was and where he was.
Was it sometime after that Jerome leaving your house that you found out that Jerome had been arrested for the murder?
Very shortly after.
Very shortly. Would that have been a matter of weeks or months? Or
Weeks. If I remember, I'm vague on the timeline.
Based on what you saw with Jerome and the experience of him living at your house, were you surprised or about the arrest?
Shocked and devastated. Very shocked.
Since then, as Jerome, have you had further communication with Jerome?
No.
No. Has Jerome asked you to say certain things here? Has anybody asked you to say certain things on his behalf?
No, I mean, I was asked if I would be willing to testify for him, but that was it. Nobody.
Do you see Jerome in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Can you point to him and describe the color of any piece of clothing he has on?
He has on a blue jacket and a tie.
Okay. And what's the color of the jacket?
Is it blue? It looks like blue from here.
Black gentleman with a beard?
with silver gray hair.
Judge, may the record reflect she's different.
The record so reflects.
I tend to believe.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
I just have a couple quick questions for you, all right?
Sure.
Since Jerone lived with you guys for about a month?
If I remember, a month or a little over, a little less.
Okay, so a couple weeks.
Yeah,
You followed the rules of the house?
yes,
You said he was a quiet but overall a normal teenager when you were around him?
yeah.
You never saw him talking to himself or talking to somebody that wasn't there?
No.
And if he had wanted to stay with you longer, would that have been okay?
It would have been okay because knowing I provided a safe home for him, I was uncomfortable with him not being with his parents. That's the only reason.
Okay, but if he had asked, can I stay a couple more weeks, that would have been okay.
Definitely, yeah.
Thank you, ma'am, for your time. No further questions.
Am I really, sir?
Yes.
Ma'am, thank you very much for your time today.
You're very welcome.
Mr. Wood, do you have another witness we can get in before our next break, or?
May we purchase real quick?
Sure.
Okay, they're gonna approach. Oh, that poor lady. You know, I understand she's okay. They went on a break. I don't know how long the break was. This thing moves too fast. I need to figure out how to make this thing where it's not such a fast bar. Okay. Back to court. We don't have much longer.
Good afternoon, sir.
Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Todd. My name is Todd DeMeyer. Former pastor, football coach, teacher. Had Jerone Hunter as a student, and as I was his football coach, and also. Oh, okay.
Have you ever testified before?
What's that?
Have you ever testified before?
I don't think so. No. First time, a little nervous.
All right, so first of all, take a deep breath.
All right.
No reason to be nervous. And we'll just wait for Mr. Wood to ask a question.
Okay.
And you'll answer.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Well, I was going to ask you for the benefit of a very patient, great court reporter. Spell your last name, please.
DeNoyer, Denoyer.
So, did you at some time, were you an employee at Pine Ridge High School?
Yes.
And from when to when?
1994 to 2002, I believe.
Okay. And had you been a teacher somewhere else before that?
No.
Okay. And were you a coach during that period of time?
Yes.
And what did you coach?
Football and basketball.
Okay. And were you also a teacher there at that school?
Not at the time I was coaching. That was afterwards.
Okay. When you were teaching, what did you teach?
TV productions.
Okay. And after you left Pine Ridge High School, did you take a teaching position anywhere else?
Yeah, University High School.
Are you currently a teacher?
No,
What do you do now?
I have my own business.
Okay.
Software business.
All right. So during the time you were at Pine Ridge, did you have any involvement with Jerone Hunter?
Yes, he was a student of mine, and I was his head football coach his freshman year.
Okay. So would that be, what's in high school? Would that be a JV football?
It was freshman football.
Were you, did you coach him in wrestling?
No, I did not.
And then in terms of chronology, after you were involved with Jerone with sports, you then became his teacher at some.
Correct.
What year was he in at that time?
He might have been a junior. I don't remember. Probably a junior.
Okay. So let's talk about the first part of your involvement with him. Do you remember how he was as a football player?
He was a yes or no sir kind of player. He was a good kid that did everything we asked of him.
So he was polite, a yes or no sir kind of person?
Yep. And top 5% of kids out there.
Okay. Did he appear to enjoy playing football?
Yes.
Did he, I know there's, I'm sure, practices and that sort of thing. Was he good at attending practices?
Yeah, I don't recall him ever missing a practice
I'm assuming the practice was like after school?
in the heat of the day, yes.
Okay. And did you ever have any, behavioral problems out of him?
Never.
How was Jerome like when dealing with the other players?
He got along with everybody. That's something about football. You have a camaraderie amongst all your players, and you just kind of hang out after practice and after games.
Hang out like go get a soda or go get something to eat and
No.
stuff like that?
So when they're freshmen, there's usually a JV game afterwards, and they'd stick around and watch the JV game together, or they'd go to the varsity games together.
And did he play football for like the entire season?
Yes.
Any particular position?
He was a short little guy. So he was running back and receiver. So
I know it's a terribly long time ago. If I mentioned a weight of 130 pounds, would that be awful?
no, that was probably 130 soaking wet, probably.
Okay. Sometimes, things can get heated on practice or games or anything like that. Do you ever see any fights with Jerome or by Jerome, anything like that?
Never.
Do you recall an instance where Jerome, where there was a particular game that Jerome was really excited to win?
I called his number, and it was the last game of the season. The big game was against Pine Ridge and Deltona. And kind of crosstown rivals. Those kids played together in youth football. And we ran a halfback option pass, and he was wide open and scored the winning touchdown. And he had one of those contagious smiles that when you saw it, you just had to smile back. So
Jerome. Okay. Was that a particular important game?
it was the biggest game of the year. Yeah, it was our crosstown rival. You don't play in, there's no playoffs for freshman football. So it doesn't matter about your record. It's just if you can beat the crosstown rival.
So then, going forward from that year, freshman year, would your next involvement with him at the school have been through your teaching, your AV teaching?
Yeah, I helped out in the springtime, so I would have coached him again in the spring as he was going into his JV season.
Okay. Would so same any problems, any attitude issues?
Never had a problem with him.
Okay. So did you ever see him do wrestling?
I went to a couple of wrestling matches, but I don't remember. I don't think he was wrestling varsity as a freshman. I remember seeing his brother wrestle.
Okay. Would that, if that's Alicia Hunter?
I don't remember the name.
Fair enough. So let's talk about when you were teaching. You talked about doing AV teaching, and Jerome was in your class?
Correct.
Okay. Was it like a large class, a lot of students in the class?
No, and they were on a block schedule back then, so I had my students for almost 2 hours every day.
How was Jerome as a student?
He was an excellent student. He did his work, and he had that side of his brain that worked. Mine doesn't, that creative side. So I was liked watching what creative kids could do with a computer and a video camera. I recall him getting done with assignments early and drawing too. I remember seeing some of his drawings, and he was really good.
At the drawing?
Yeah, he was really good.
Did he complete his assignments for your class?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
So let me know if I'm wrong with this. So would Jerome have been involved? You talked about the creative side of been involved in like putting together like videos or things on the computer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Did that involve like programming at all, or was it just putting visual aids together?
It was digital editing, and so it was digital cameras and editing with Apple computers. The school had just purchased brand new Apple computers, so the kids had the best equipment.
Did your class have, or students have assignments or projects where they were required to put together something video-wise or subject-wise, anything like that?
Yeah, that's what the class was about. Is they had a series of assignments throughout the year.
Compared to the other students in the class, how was Jerome?
Top student. I didn't give out too many grades besides A's. The kids liked the class and really got into the class, and so he was one of those kids that got into the class and enjoyed it.
Did you teach him for one particular year or other times?
It was just one semester.
One semester.
Mhm.
Okay. And then did you have any other involvement with him after that semester?
Just see him around school.
Okay. When you saw Jerone around the school, did you guys acknowledge each other, talk to each other? Did you stay in contact with him?
Yeah, he was about as respectful as it gets, and a fun kid to be around for a coach and for a teacher. And so I always made a point of seeing those kids and talking to them when I walked past them, and there was nothing ever out of the ordinary.
Okay. You mentioned, I believe, that you're also a pastor. Is that correct?
Correct.
You still a pastor?
Yes.
Okay. And as a pastor, did you have some involvement with Jerone when Jerone was going to school at Pioneers?
I had the football players over at the church. The church was right across the street from the school, and so they'd come over there for tea night.
Okay. How was Jerone when he came over for, over at the church?
Nothing stuck out that it was a long time ago. So
We've all got it. Okay. Were there other occasions when you, after you were his teacher, that you saw Jerone doing like any artwork, hosting artwork in school, or any other thing, activity like that?
I'm not sure if he was in Coach Gilmore's class or not, but I frequented his class because Coach Gilmore was the head varsity football or basketball coach, and he taught art. So,
So after you, after the AV class, you'd see him around school, and then was there a time when you found out that he got arrested for the charges here?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just taking down that.
yes, I'm sorry. Yes,
And was that surprising to you?
absolutely shocked.
Was it in line with anything you had done with him?
No, I was complete shock.
Okay. Did you, after he got arrested, did you stay in contact with him?
I went and started Bible classes with him before the trial, and we met, I don't know, maybe half a dozen times.
Okay. Obviously, when you met, that was at the jail?
Yeah.
Okay. Was this a one-on-one situation?
It was one-on-one.
Okay. And how was he then?
I would say the first time we met, there was a level of uncomfortableness, just because, maybe embarrassment. I don't know. But the other times that we met, then it just kept getting easier and easier because we hadn't talked in a while at that point. So.
Okay. So the trial was in 2006. The arrest was in 2004. Were you seeing him during the periods during that period?
Correct.
Period of time?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm assuming you also you studied the Bible, Scripture, and prayed together.
Mhm.
Did Mr. Hunter, did Jerone appear to be sincerely engaged in the Bible study?
Yeah. I made a point of not talking about anything of the arrest or anything like that. I was there to just bring him God's word, comfort, peace, and he had told me that everything will come out in trial, and I didn't push anything. I just wanted to bring God's word to him.
After Jerone was convicted, did you stay in touch with him further after that?
We've tried. I keep hitting roadblocks with people that won't let me come see him. So I've talked to several people about getting permission to do that, and have been ghosted. I guess that's the correct term. By just about everybody. So.
Would that be people in the Department of Corrections?
Yeah. Even the chaplain as well.
So it wasn't anything that Jerone was doing?
No, he would call, and he's called me, I don't know, probably a half dozen or more times.
Has Jerone ever told you what to say here today?
No.
Or not say?
No.
If the roadblocks, the hurdles that you've experienced with DOC in terms of being able to personally visit with Jerone, if that were to change where you could, would that be something you would be interested in doing?
Oh, absolutely.
Judge, can I attend the witness?
Thank you. Hey, Judge. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
No one at Jerone's home, his parents, they didn't restrict him from doing any of the sports at the high school, right?
I wouldn't know that.
Well, he was able to participate in all those sports, right? And go to the games after school.
Correct.
And he was able to go to your house. No one restricted him from going to your house with the team, right?
Correct.
And the youth group at your church, no one restricted him from going there, right?
Correct.
He looked up to you as a mentor, right?
I guess so, yeah.
And he had his brother around too, right?
Not during football, and not during the youth groups.
During school? Weren't they at the school together?
Yeah, I don't think they hung out together. We had 3 different lunches. So I don't know. I didn't follow them around at school
Okay.
to know, to even to answer that question.
All right, but they were both at the school at least some of the years there.
Correct,
They
yeah.
were a year apart, right?
Yeah, yeah,
And Michelle Nathan, she was a student there also, right, at some point? when Jerron
correct.
Hunter was
Yep.
there. You never saw Jerron talking to someone who wasn't there, right?
I never witnessed that, no.
You never saw him or heard about him talking to his deceased twin?
Sorry about that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. You never saw Jerron having any difficulty communicating with anyone, right?
Correct.
Thank you, sir. No further questions. Release? All right, sir, thank you very much for your time.
All right.
That was scary, wasn't it? Now my screen's all messed up.
Sorry, who
I'm not touching nothing.
Thank you.
Okay, next witness. I'm not touching nothing.
I do.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Mr. Tomaso, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, my name is Aubrey Perry Land Sr. I am a retired law enforcement and correctional professional. And since my retirement, I have been doing some specialty work as far as working on cases of this nature.
How long have you been doing that type of specialty work since your retirement?
I started in April of 2017.
Now, other than testifying in capital cases such as this, do you do any other type?
I actually do some civil litigation cases around the country. I do a lot of juvenile resentencing. We had a lot of cases that came up years ago that a juvenile may be sentenced to life. The court determined that they had to be resentenced, and I have reviewed a lot of those cases and testified concerning how the inmates have done in their rehabilitation.
Now, before you started doing what you're currently doing, can you tell us what your background is as far as education and work experience?
Yes, I started my career in 1984 at the Florida Department of Corrections. I was hired at Mayo Correctional Institution in Mayo, Florida. I spent about 5 years at that location. I was promoted to a rank of sergeant in 2.5 years or so. Was going through a divorce, and so I left the department's employment. I was a reservist with the Lafayette County Sheriff's Office. I've always owned my own business. I own a couple farms currently. In 1993, I believe it was, I went full-time with the Sheriff's Office. In 94, I went back to work for the Florida Department of Corrections. In 1996, I was recruited to go to work for the newly formed Live Oak Police Department. I stayed there for about 10 years. I was hired as a patrolman. 6 weeks into my employment, I was promoted to detective. And then in 2006, I was recruited to go back to the Florida Department of Corrections, this time with the Office of the Inspector General. And that is where I remained until I retired in 2016.
Since your retirement in 2016, have you had occasion to testify as an expert in other court proceedings such as this?
All total in excess of 50 times.
Around how many of those were death penalty cases?
I would have to go back and look exactly. I would say between 15 and 25. I can't tell you an exact number today.
And how much of your work has to do with criminal cases as opposed to civil cases?
At one point in time, it was about 60-40. A lot of the civil cases have slowed down. I would say today I'm probably doing 85% criminal, 15% civil.
Now, with respect to this case, respect to Mr. Jerone Hunter, what have you done and what have you reviewed in preparation for your testimony today?
I have reviewed his entire time in custody of the Florida Department of Corrections. He's been in custody approximately 19 years. I have looked at pretty much every day of his custody to kind of get an idea of what type of an inmate he has been.
Now, when you have somebody who's in custody for 19 years, what kind of documentation and records would you expect to find from the Department of Corrections?
According to his housing, in a secure housing unit, such as the one that Mr. Hunter has been housed in, I would expect to see daily logs of segregation that document every day of his custody.
So that's a report that is created every single day?
It's not necessarily a report. It's a document that has to be filled out by the corrections staff. It documents, his attitude, his appearance, his weight, if he accepted his food, if he received canteen, if the institutional classification team has reviewed him during that period, if the statewide classification has reviewed him, and if the warden has reviewed him during that time.
And with respect to, I guess his daily routine, do you know how many interactions Mr. Hunter would typically have with corrections on a daily basis?
On a daily basis, they're going to put eyes on him a minimum of 48 times a day. They will have at least one face-to-face encounter with him every day that requires a verbal communication.
Now, if an inmate is a problematic inmate or has issues during his time in custody, is there some sort of record that's created to document that?
Well, it can be multiple. If an inmate is involved in, say, an act of violence inside the prison, there's going to be a disciplinary report, there's going to be incident reports, there's going to be probably use of force reports and things of that nature that we would see. So, yes, when there's any type of disciplinary issue, you're going to see a report.
Now you have for Mr. Jerone Hunter, you have around 19 years worth of prison records and data, which was generated by the Department of Corrections, correct?
That is correct. And those records, was there an objection or did I hear thing?
But in all that data that you reviewed, are you aware of any disciplinary issues or any problems that Mr. Hunter was involved with during his time in custody?
No, and I kind of calculated the days. There's in excess of 6,700 days. That would be over 324,000 encounters with correctional staff.
And again, there were no disciplinary actions or no issues that you were aware of?
There are no incident reports written up saying that he has done anything wrong. There's no ICT review, no statewide classification review, no warden review, no disciplinary reports. He has got a very clean record in prison.
Now, in your current occupation that you've been doing since 2016, is that correct?
17.
17. If that and your prior career, which lasted, your prior career was what, 30-something years?
Yes, I did a total of 33 years. And if I understand your question correctly, is it unusual to see someone that has no disciplinary?
I was going to say, you've been around or been exposed to Department of Correction inmates virtually your entire career, correct?
Correct.
So with that in mind, with that experience in mind, how unusual or usual is it to find somebody who's been in custody for 19 years and to have that kind of lack of a disciplinary record?
Very, very unusual. On average, there's 1.4 DRs written a year per inmate in the department's custody. I do know of one other case that the inmate never received a DR. I have heard that there's another inmate that has not received it, but I have not reviewed that inmate's records.
Now, I want if you could tell us what are the different levels of security that inmates can be placed on when they are in custody of the Department of Corrections.
Well, we are minimum, medium, close custody up to maximum custody.
Okay, so what are the differences between all those as far as what an inmate is able to do, what privileges, if any, the inmate has, things of that nature?
Well, in maximum custody, inmates are going to be assigned to a secure housing unit. They're going to be monitored more closely than inmates in minimum, medium security. Their job assignments, they can have pretty much so any job. However, their ability to move about within the institution at a HO3, HO4, HO5, which are the top end of that spectrum, they're not allowed to just move about the institution at will. Most times they're going to be escorted to and from the locations that they go to.
Now, what would be the strictest and the highest form of security that an inmate could have if he's in the DOC?
The strictest would be an HO5 predatory inmate.
Okay. What is Mr. Jerone Hunter's current classification?
He is the equivalent of an HO5 inmate, which is the high end of close custody, but he does not have a predatory status.
The predatory status would be reserved for inmates who exhibit dangerous or violent behavior while they're in custody, is that correct?
Yes, institutional violence.
And you already said that doesn't apply to Mr. Hunter.
That does not apply to him.
Now, if somebody were doing life in prison without the possibility of parole, what different classifications would you expect that inmate to have?
That inmate could have all the same that we have talked about. The lowest level that a person serving life will ever achieve is an HO3 close custody.
Okay, and what does that entail?
It means they're going to be housed in a secure housing unit. There will be a close custody facility. There can be considerations according to behavior and things of that nature that would allow them to live in an open day population at some point in time. That is very unique if that happens. Most of them will be housed in at least a 2-man cell.
And those things, those different options, who decides that? Is that the Department of Corrections who decides when to modify somebody's status or their privileges?
Yes, it'll start at the institutional level. The institution classification officers will determine the classification status, custody levels, job assignments, and things of that nature. All of that is up for review by a statewide classification in Tallahassee to make sure that we have appropriately placed the custody levels.
Now, sir, aside from the records you review, did you also have a chance to speak directly with Mr. Jerome?
I did twice.
On 2 occasions?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us when those occasions occurred?
The most recent was last night, and the first time I ever met him was on March the 16th of 2023.
Now, can you explain, well, first off, why did you decide to meet with him personally as opposed to just relying on the many records?
Well, records give me a good idea of who the individual is and how they have conducted themselves in prison. I like to sit down with the individual and make sure that the person that I interview displays the same type of attitudes that I'm seeing on paper.
So before you met him, what kind of attitudes were you expecting to see based on the documents that you had reviewed?
Based solely on the documents that I reviewed, I expected him to be courteous and complying with rules and regulations when I'm meeting.
During the 2 occasions that you did actually meet with him, did you observe anything that was inconsistent or unexpected based on what you had seen in the records?
No, but I did have some really good conversations with him.
Okay. What were those conversations?
Well, basically, I wanted to go over what he would want to do if he was serving a life sentence, kind of where he would see himself at in the prison setting. if he would want to have a job, because honestly, all inmates are supposed to have a job in general population. What kind of job would he want to have? And where he would see himself in the next several many years.
So your question to him was, if you were sentenced to life in prison, life without the possibility of parole, what is it that you would attempt to do while you're during your time in prison? And,
Correct.
And what was it that you learned that he would like to do?
Well, he offered two options, and he would really like to do both. He would, well, three actually. He would like to finish up getting his GED. He would also like to get into a program to learn how to fix small engines. And third, he would like to be involved in mentoring other inmates.
With respect to the small engines, can you clarify what that is and what the purpose behind that is?
Well, give you an example. Probably all of us have a weed eater, edger, lawnmower, chainsaw, something that is a small engine. For the ones of us who do, we know that they break often. We leave them sitting up over the winter. A lot of times we go back to pull it, they don't crank. We have the same problem in Department of Corrections. So we have inmates who know how to take those small engines apart, replace them. Some of them get certified in that, and that's what he would like to do. Now, a lot of that training is going to come from fellow inmates who are also certified in doing that. So that's the program that he would like to be involved in.
And you said, aside from that, also training fellow inmates or mentoring fellow inmates, is that correct?
Yes, sir. One of the things that I am very impressed that the Florida Department of Corrections has done in the last several years, the last two secretaries of the Department of Corrections, Mr. Inch and Mr. Dixon, they have implemented programs in the Florida Department of Corrections trying to reduce the number of inmates that come back into custody after being released. Some of those programs are, like we just discussed, small engine repair, brick mason, carpenters, roofers. We have a lot of different programs that train inmates to be successful and to earn a living once they leave prison.
Based on your experience and the knowledge you gathered during your career, is there, that you're aware of, is there any correlation between inmates who receive this training and the likelihood of them coming back to prison after their release?
There are some studies that have been done. There's a lot of factors into that. Preparing the people to be released, giving them their education, giving them a way to actually make a living on the outside. The number of years that they actually do in prison is also a big factor on their success, and then the programs that they go into upon their release. So we're seeing a lot of positive from the things that we're currently doing in the Florida Department of Corrections.
Now, with respect to Mr. Hunter and at least the conditions that he's been housed under up until now, currently, can you tell us what the difference is between those conditions and the conditions of somebody who's serving a life sentence without parole?
Well, currently he is not in general population where he can move about, attend the majority of the programs that we just discussed. There's limited resources to him. I think some art classes, very minute jobs like cleaning up the housing unit that he lives in.
Is he, during the 19 years that he's been in, has he been in a cell with cellmates? Has he been by himself? What have been the conditions?
He has been housed alone.
And has that been the case during the entire 19 years?
Yes, sir.
As far as his time outside of his cell, how much, if any, time does he get outside of his cell?
He actually gets upwards of 6 hours a day out of his cell.
Are there any occasions where that time outside the cell would be modified or changed?
There are several factors that can play into that. Staff shortages is one of them, and the Florida Department of Corrections is plagued with staff shortages. So on a routine basis, that can be affected.
And based on your review of the records that you saw, which encompass the entire time he's been in custody, was that something that would happen frequently based on your review?
it has happened frequently that there was either inclement weather or there was a staff shortage.
Just a moment, Judge. All right, thank you, sir. I tend to witness it.
Thank you, sir. Oh,
Well, I'm sorry.
sure.
Sorry. Couple more questions. With respect to Mr. Hunter, I just want to confirm, there's no possibility that he'll ever be released, correct?
No, my understanding, he will, from this court, he will receive one of two sentences. One, the death sentence, or the other, he will receive a natural life. Both will result in him being in prison till the day he dies.
And assuming he were to get a life sentence, number one, he would never be released, correct?
Correct.
And number two, his classification will never go below H03. Is that what you said?
That would be correct. He would always be a close custody inmate.
So he would never be, for example, would he ever be one of the inmates that you see on the side of the highway picking up trash?
Never.
That's
That
not
is
something that they give to people who are doing life without parole, right?
No, if you see an inmate on the side of the road, that is a minimum custody inmate.
I tell you what.
Thank you. Mr. Bannock?
Good afternoon.
First question I want to ask you, Mr. Lane, is you said a couple of times, you said on your direct, you're excited about some of the things that we are doing in the Department of Corrections. You don't work for the Department of Corrections anymore, right?
I am horrible about doing that. I spend a lot of time in the Florida Department of Corrections. I stay in contact with my colleagues, but no, they don't pay me anymore.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I didn't think so. When were you hired by the defense in this case? Approximately. Year is fine.
I would say in 2023.
Okay. What's your hourly rate?
I charge $250 an hour.
And how many hours do you think you've worked on this case? Just an estimate is fine.
Well, I can tell you this, I was approved for 40 hours and I have gone over that budget, and I don't probably by about $2,000, but I don't intend to ask for any additional.
So you've done more than 40 hours?
I've done more than 40.
Okay. I want to start after that by asking you about some of the differences between HO5 and HO3 custody levels. At HO5, Mr. Hunter would have his own cell, you said, right?
Yes, and there's multiple housing units related to HO5 inmates, all the way up to and including predatory inmates. You can be an HO5 in protective custody as well. So that is along the top of the close custody spectrum.
That's where Mr. Hunter is, the very top, right?
Very top.
Okay. And he has his own cell.
Correct.
He has access to a law library, right?
Correct.
Like a couple hours a day, or they scheduled to go to the law library, right?
Yes, we have, well, and there again, the Department of Corrections has to offer the inmates law library.
And of course, they have access to regular books too, not just law books, right?
They do.
He has his own TV in his cell.
He does.
He has the 6 hours of rec time, up to 6 hours of rec time.
Correct.
And is that like, is it basketball? Is there, what are we talking? We're talking about now.
Well, there's multiple things that an inmate can do at rec. They can, like you said, they can be out on the rec yard playing basketball. They can.
There's like is there weightlifting or exercise areas too? Something like
Most all the weightlifting is done in the Department of Corrections. The biggest thing you're going to have is pull-up bars, chin-up bars, and things of that nature. So yeah, there's an opportunity to go out and do rec. You can also shower during that time. You can use the telephone during that time. You can associate with friends at that time, play board games, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, so the inmates in this highest level of HO5, they can talk with their family on the phone.
Sure.
Can they have visits with their family in person?
They can.
They can. They have access to tablets, right?
They do.
Which they can watch movies on, right?
Correct. They have to pay for those. That's through a JPay system that they have to buy the movies that they watch.
They can do like emailing too, right? Like secure messaging.
Yes, the department statewide. I mean, they're trying to do it statewide. Every inmate now has a tablet, and their they're trying to get all mail basically done as an email.
And with the HO5 at the highest level, you said that they're not allowed to roam freely, or as freely as somebody made the HO3 level.
No, even to an HO3 is going to be monitored, limited movement and things of that nature.
But not, as you said earlier, actually escorted at a high HO5 level.
Well, many of your HO3s have to be escorted as well. If it's low light, if it is going into a visitation area, which is near the security building, that's going to require an escort up there. Going to medical, they'll be escorted to medical and they will be under observation while in medical.
Thanks, what I'm trying to get at is at the HO5 level, it's much more restricted in terms of movement and more observations from staff.
Yeah, it is our highest level of security.
Okay, so more observation, more restricted movements.
Correct.
Okay. Fair to say more contact with staff and guards at each of the highest level HO5?
Yes, sir, it would have to be more contact.
So more opportunities perhaps for guards or staff at HO5 to observe somebody who's suffering significant mental health issues?
Yes, and I would hope that any inmate that was displaying a mental health issue, and if he hadn't requested a mental health emergency, I would hope that any of the staff members would recognize that and declare the mental health emergency for them.
And obviously, inmates at the HO5 level, the highest level, have access to mental health if they request it, right?
Every inmate in Department of Corrections does.
And did you see whether or not Mr. Hunter in any of those records ever had any mental health requests or any type of mental health contact in his records?
I don't recall seeing, there would be contact because there's going to be contact between mental health and all inmates at that custody level. I don't recall seeing where he was requesting any type of mental health.
Okay. And I want to talk now about the HO3 level. So the HO3 level, you've already said it's less restricted, obviously, than the highest HO5 level, right?
Right.
You can have cellmate, right? Usually.
You can, yes.
Okay. It also opens up the number of programs and opportunities for an inmate, doesn't it? I think you're describing more programs at HO3 level.
Yes, all the way around. And into the general population type setting, the HO3 has more opportunity for programs, things of that nature.
And obviously, this was something Mr. Hunter showed a great deal of interest in when you talked to him, going to the HO3 level and having an opportunity to do some of these things.
Yes, he has definitely suggested that he would like to be in programs. He would like to complete his GED. And he would like to participate as far as a mentor in some of these programs.
He's motivated. He wants to do it, right?
He is motivated to do that.
And you talk about the number of DRs. You said the average number of DRs for an inmate, 1.4 per year, right?
That is taken, for example, if you have 140,000 DRs and 100,000 inmates, it comes up to 1.4.
Okay, so that's not how that's.
That is how you derive at that average.
Okay.
So that doesn't mean that every inmate will get only 1.4, and it doesn't mean that every inmate will get 1.4 a year.
So you could have one gets 20 and one gets 4, right?
Correct.
But that average, I want to make sure the population that average is derived from, the 1.4 per inmate, that's not just HO5 highest level or just HO3. That's all inmates at the Department of Corrections, right?
That is all inmates within the Florida Department of Corrections that we bring our average from.
Okay, so it's not specifically the other inmates at the highest level of HO5, that's 100.
No.
Would you expect somebody at the HO3 level or lower to have more DRs than somebody at the highest level of HO5 because HO5 is so restricted?
No, I wouldn't. Any inmate anywhere in the Florida Department of Corrections is subject to violate the rules of prohibited conduct, whether they're on death row and refuse to count, whether they're a predatory inmate housed alone that refuses to count, whatever the situation may be. Could be an inmate that's, like you said earlier, working on the side of the road, or we talked about earlier, working on the side of the road that picks up something that he's not supposed to have and tries to sneak it into the facility. We have disciplinary reports at every level that there is.
In your conversations with Mr. John Hunter, the 2 times you met with him and you were speaking about what he wanted to do, did he communicate effectively with you?
He's a very good communicator.
Make eye contact?
He makes eye contact. Anytime that I ask him a question, he gives me a direct answer. He doesn't seem to try and hide anything from me. I've read some of the things that he has written. Not only does he communicate well verbally, but he also communicates well in written form.
So you guys had a good back and forth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Never observed him talking to himself or talking to somebody that wasn't there?
No, sir. There were only 2 of us in the room.
Yes, sir. Can I have one moment, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. I appreciate your time.
Yes, sir.
Anything else, Mr. Tomas?
You were asked about some of the privileges that some inmates have, particularly communicating with family, visits, mail, things of that nature.
Correct.
Now, when you're an inmate, and if you're sending or receiving mail, isn't it true that all the mail is scanned and reviewed? There's no expectation of privacy for inmates. Right?
There is no expectation of privacy, period, in the Florida Department of Corrections for an inmate.
So if an inmate sends or receives a letter, officers from the Department of Corrections will have reviewed that letter.
They will see it. They will at least scan it.
And with regard to visitation, any visitation, whether it's in person or on a video screen, it's to monitor, correct?
Correct.
And that happens with all inmates,
Correct.
whether you're an HO5 or a minimum security, correct?
That is correct.
You were asked about movies and books and other things that inmates can have access to. Now, do they have to pay for that? Who bears the cost?
Yes, and it has to be approved by the Florida Department of Corrections for them to review or to view. The books have to be approved reading standards for the Florida Department of Corrections. And the inmate has to pay for it. They buy it from JPay or download it through JPay.
So it's not a situation where you can just get whatever book or publication you want, right?
No.
So you can't, for example, this might sound silly, but you can't order Hustler magazine.
No, sir.
You can't order a copy of Mein Kampf.
No. Not even Popular Mechanics.
So it's a limited, you have limited options which have been approved by the Department of Corrections.
Correct.
Now, with regard to mentoring, if an inmate has that role of mentor to other inmates, that's in essence the job that they would have with the Department of Corrections, right? Or
Yes.
responsibility that they would have. I should say.
Well, not only that, but it is a service to others.
So if Jerone Hunter were to get a life sentence and become a mentor, he would spend the rest of his life servicing other inmates, is that correct?
He's going to work for the Florida Department of Corrections if he is in a program, and I'll give you an example of that program. The small engine where he is teaching other inmates as a mentor and as a tutor to make these repairs. That's his job. And he is going to serve both the people of the state of Florida and the inmates that are assigned, to that class with him for the rest of his life.
I just have a moment.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, sir. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
I have no question.
Thank you, Ms. Sammons. And may we release this gentleman? Sir, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Pleasure being in your court.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Just when we approach for one second.
Yes.
So, okay.
I hate static. And they go to break. Okay, let's check this. So yeah, I can't ever get these things because I can't ever do these things. So, okay, it's gonna start in just a second. See, I don't know how to make the. I know, right? Your ears, Hannah. Your ears. I hear him talking. Raise your right hand. Be sworn. Oh, that's my left hand. Right hand.
Yes.
Okay. Volume back up.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Smith, I've turned the podium. Can you hear me right now?
Yes.
Okay. At any time, if you don't hear me because of some connection issue, please wave or something like that, okay? Would you,
No problem.
would you state your full name for the record, please?
Kanoa Sean Smith.
All right. And Ms. Smith, how are you related to Jerone Hunter?
He is my first cousin.
Okay.
My dad's younger sister, son.
Okay. And are you older or younger than Jerone?
Older.
Okay. And by how much? How much older are you than Tim?
Probably about 5 or 6 years.
Okay. Then Ms. Smith, where do you, I don't need your address, but what town do you live in?
Deltona.
Okay. Now, did you have, growing up when you were a child, did you have much contact with Jerome?
Yes. We
Okay.
used to be neighbors.
I'm sorry, what?
And we used to be neighbors.
Okay, neighbors, okay. And-
My aunt, they stayed with us for a couple of months, and then when my aunt got remarried, we moved in the house like right next door to them.
Okay. So let me ask you this.
So we kind of like what we did.
Was this in the city of Deltona?
This was in Midway
Okay. And
and a little bit in Jennings.
okay. So you live right next door to each other, you and John? That would be a yes for the record?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Smith, and I apologize, I didn't let you know this ahead of time. So everything we're saying is being taken down by a court reporter. So whatever the answer is to a question, whether it's yes or no, say out loud whatever the answer is, okay?
Okay.
All right. So, and when you guys were neighbors, how old were you?
Probably there was a couple of different times. So probably about like 8 or 9, then like 11, 12.
Okay. Okay. So 8 or 9 years of age, or 11 or 12 years of age? Okay.
Yeah. Even when I got older, like they stayed like right down the street. So
Okay. So when you're saying they, who is they? Was it Jerone and other people?
my aunt and his brother and my uncle.
Can you give me their names, please, so the jury would learn?
Annette Washington, Elisha Hunter, and Dan Washington.
And Dan Washington. Okay. So first thing first, did I hear you say that at some point Annette and Jerone and Alicia and Dan lived with you or your house?
No, this was before she met Dan.
Okay.
And she was this was in between after she left her first husband. She came and stayed with me and my family for a while.
Okay. And how long
before
is
they
it?
moved out.
Okay. How long is it? A while? Weeks, months?
Probably like 3 or 4 months, maybe.
How long? I'm sorry.
Like 3 or 4 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
But I
right.
would see them every single day.
Okay.
Even when they moved out.
And growing up, did you see any issues between Annette Washington and Alicia Senior, Jerone's dad?
Honestly, now that probably back then I probably would have said yes.
Okay.
Now that I'm older and I have like two teenagers of my own, I can understand the dynamic and I understand both sides. I can understand, why a teenager would feel a certain way, and I can understand why the adults would feel a certain way. So I kind of see it from both aspects.
So let me ask it this way. Did you ever see Jeron's dad get physically violent with Annette Washington?
His dad
Yes,
or his stepdad?
the dad.
No, I've never seen it.
Okay.
Seen anything with my own eyes.
Has Jeron's dad, have you ever seen him around with Jeron or Alicia?
Yes, we used to go to church together.
Let's talk about the church. Which church was this?
St. James House of Prayer.
Okay. Do you still go to that
And
church?
then there was another. No.
Okay.
Me and my husband have our own church.
You have your own church.
Yeah, so it's a little bit different.
Okay.
We're non-denomination. I believe that only is apostolic.
Okay. And what was, can you tell the jury what Jeron was like growing up?
He was the type of person. He was very quiet, very smart. You can tell. He just always seemed like he was like thinking about something. And if you would ask him, he would have the answer to whatever it looked like he was almost always thinking about. He would always have like a good answer, and he was just very helpful. That's what I can remember about him. He never got into. I can't remember him getting into trouble, not unless somebody would bother him. Other than that, he was very mild-mannered, just an all-around great guy.
What was he like around family members? Was he
Very quiet.
very quiet? Okay.
Very quiet. Like he was always thinking and pondering, like he just was always thinking about something.
Okay. Did you ever see him talking to anybody by himself?
Him and my brother was the same age, so
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
What, he and his
no,
brother, what?
him and my brother are the same age, so they hung out a lot.
Okay. Yeah. So
Okay.
Alicia and, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay. So were you around him much yourself, Jeron?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, walked around.
How about like his attire, his clothing, his appearance? Was he a Slav? Was he somebody different than that?
No. He was very neat. I remember the way he used to get up and like he had to make sure his clothes had this nice crease in them. He would take his time and he was always well put together, but I distinctly remember the way he had such care in ironing his pants because he wanted the crease to look a certain way. So yeah.
Okay. So are you married now?
Yes.
All right. Has your husband had contact with Jeron?
Yes.
All right. How does Jeron act towards your husband?
The same as he's always been. Like they have good communication. He's the type of person. Jeron is the type of person where he may not open up to like a lot of people, so he may come off like shy. But if you get to know him, you'll see like he's really down to earth and very easy to communicate with. You just have to be able to have the, I guess, mindset to want to be able to hold a conversation and it be worth him giving, his time for the conversation.
So have you, since his arrest, have you stayed in contact with him?
Have I stayed in contact with him?
Yeah.
I haven't had contact with him now in about probably like 2 or 3 years.
Okay. Okay.
But we would email back and forth like over the years. I would send him like pictures of the kids and he would just like encourage me and stuff. But yeah, it's been about 2 or 3 years.
Okay. Would he send you things through the mail?
No, he's never sent anything through the mail. I would receive like an email.
How about like a Mother's Day card or birthday card, anything like that?
I don't remember.
Okay. I know it's been a long time ago.
Yeah.
Okay. You ever seen Jeron fight anybody, threaten anybody, be angry towards anybody?
No, I've seen him before, but he was just very laid back and just very chill. Like I said, if he was, when I did see him mad, it would be because somebody he had like bothered him or bullied him. It would never be like where he just started anything.
Okay. Let me switch to another topic real quickly. Is his mother, Annette Washington, in the same residence with you right now?
She's in her room.
Okay. Has she had a recent health issue?
Yes. She had a seizure the day before yesterday and last night. I came over here with her last night.
Okay. And she's in her bedroom right now?
Yeah.
Okay. And has she had seizures recently beyond the last couple of days?
She hadn't had them in a while. It's been like a minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That where she was like doing better.
Okay.
But,
I just wanted to put that on record. I'll attend to the witness.
Thank you. We have another a lawyer who's going to ask you some questions, Ms. Smith. Okay, can you hear me?
no, yes, I can hear you.
Okay, is that Mr. Urbanik or no questions? Any questions? No. So actually, Ms. Smith, we don't have any more questions for you. But are you able to bring the? We were going to try to ask some questions.
Ms. Cheney. Ms. Cheney.
To my aunt?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go grab her.
Okay.
Give me one moment, okay?
You got it. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Okay. I gotta plug you up. Oh, yeah, it's okay. Here.
Hello, ma'am. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay. Is Ms. Smith still with you or did she leave the room?
She leave.
Okay, we can see you now just fine.
Oh.
So it looks like we can hear you, but the screen might be frozen. But are you hearing me okay?
Yes, ma'am, I hear you.
Okay, then we're going to go ahead, and if you could raise your right hand to be sworn.
Yes, ma'am. Can you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
So help me God.
All right. Ms. Brown, this is Gary Wood, one of Jerron's lawyers. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I hear you clear.
All right, very good. So can you tell us your full name?
Jamie Mae Brown.
All right. Ms. Brown, are you related at all to Jerron Hunter?
I'm his auntie
Okay. On his mother's side or his father's side?
on his mother's side.
I got you. So, I don't need your address, but what town or city do you live in?
Sanford, Florida.
Gotcha. All right. So let's talk about Jerron for a few minutes. Were you around Jerron much when he was growing up?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you live in the same area with Jerron, the same neighborhood?
Yes, I did. Except when they was in Miami. I didn't stay with them in Miami.
Okay. Okay. So tell us a little bit about Jerron when he was a child.
Well, he was a smart kid. He was very smart.
Okay. In a good way, was he smart?
In a good way.
Okay.
Not everything.
Okay. So tell us, so like, did you see him when he was a child? Did you see him a lot? Oops. Can you hear me, Ms. Smith? Or Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Okay. So were you around Jerron that much when he was a child?
Boy,
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
when he was a little boy, I was around him a lot.
Okay. So do you know about how old Jerron was at that time?
I don't know, probably about,
Were you also around his brother Alicia a lot then? I'm sorry, Ms. Brown, can you hear me? I'm sorry to repeat myself. Can you hear me okay?
yeah,
Okay. Okay.
Let me ask y'all this. Is there any objection if we see her and she calls us? Because I think we're having a hard time with
I was
with this
close to
connection.
conceding that.
Does the state have any problem? We'll still be able to see her. Well, we may have just lost the. Okay.
I agree with
So
the judge.
Do you have her phone number?
We do, Judge.
I agree with the judge.
Call Ms. Smith probably.
Right, Hannah? It's your punishment for being too loud. They're going to just call her back on the phone and say, hello, ding ding. Ring a ring, call her up.
Sure, once we get her on the phone, because we've seen her, I feel comfortable, but we'll have to turn it off or we'll get the feedback.
Hello? Hello? Is anybody there? And she didn't answer.
Ms. Brown, are you back with us? He is. He's never opposed to that. Break. We're in recess. And just for planning purposes for tomorrow, Mr. Wood, you'll have a few witnesses in the morning, and then there'll be Ms. Sandlin's up, I believe. Oh, okay, great.
And then I will have an in-person witness, but that's flexible.
Okay.
DOC has confirmed that their total classifications officers confirmed they're going to have them in the room for me to do testing at 1 o'clock. So we usually come back to lunch at 1:15.
I think that's perfect.
So I'm going to do testing next time because we had trouble with one of the connections during depot. I went on last time with the volume being really low, so I'm going to work on that with them and also just cover a few pools.
That's perfect.
And then go from there, and then hopefully they'll be ready to go. They can just sit there. I told them that they're going to be there for 2 hours, so we can do whatever we want.
Okay, fantastic. So it sounds like a plan. I'll tell you, I think sometimes we forget about that old fashioned phone. And as long as we can confirm who somebody is, I'm just never opposed to that. So, all right, guys, enjoy your evening. I'll see you in the morning. Thanks.
And see, nobody bothered and tell me my mic is muted and I'm over here just chatty, moving my mouth. Y'all see me on this camera talking away and nobody says anything. Hello, Sheila. Hello, Sheila. You're muted. Of course, Katya can't hear, so that's okay. All right. We're going to end it here. Tomorrow night's stream. I'm not sure they'll have their stream tomorrow. I kind of going to have to play it by ear as to whether I can start the stream at 5 or not. But I hope to. So just look for the notification thingy or whatever, have your notifications on. And thank you all for being here. And I appreciate y'all. I think Meat is ready to go for another walk. So this is me, Rubber out. Thanks, guys. Y'all have a great night.
Life's so